With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create sub-holdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huaye, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
These extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new Forest Positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Nickel fuels the green energy, but sustainable mining defines its true impact. From hydropower to HVO, we push the boundaries of sustainability. At PT Valley, our mission goes beyond carbon. It's about harmony. Because our work today shapes the world tomorrow.
Medco Energi, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees. The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GGGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
check. Okay, top of the morning, ladies and gentlemen, the sun rise and shine. And I invite and encourage the audience sitting at the back to please come forward. Ruth, I give you the privilege to take the front seat. Should you have any questions to the speakers, this is a great opportunity. And it's a remarkable day today because thank God it's Saturday. Well, which means we're going to have a day off tomorrow. But before we go have fun, enjoy some sightseeing around the beautiful city of Belém, let's be productive today. We're going to talk about unlocking peatland restoration. So we talk about this peatland ecosystems, which is a key element that's supposed to be a strategic instrument for mitigation and adaptation efforts, but from time to time have transformed from carbon sinks into carbon emitter due to land clearing, forest and land fires, as well as excessive drainage. Therefore, peatland restoration is a strategic step to restore its ecological, its hydrological functions, reduce GHG emissions, and to achieve net zero agenda. However, any conservation restoration efforts require significant amount of investment and funding. Okay, to give us a better context about the topic of the discussion this morning, allow me to invite our keynote speaker. She is the head of Center for Environmental Management Facility from the Ministry of Environment Indonesia. Please welcome Ibu Sinta Sumiarno.
Bismillah. Distinguished guests, ladies and partners, it is a pleasure to welcome you to today's discussion on the green peatland economy. Indonesia's 13 million hectares of peatland are among the world's most important carbon reserve. Protecting them is essential not only for our climate goals, but also for sustainable livelihood and long-term economy resilience. As Indonesia National Climate Fund, Government of Indonesia through BPDLH is committed to ensure that climate finance flow effectively and transparently. Through the Green Climate Funds project-specific assessment approach, we are strengthening our readiness to assess and manage large-scale financing for transformative programs such as green peatland economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the green peatland economy represents a new model, linking ecosystem restoration with sustainable economic development. It is prioritized healthy peat ecosystem, green value chain, and strong participation of indigenous people and local communities as a core steward the landscape. Our financing approach will combine grant and blended finance to catalyze investment and ensure benefit-rich communities and implementing partners on the ground. The success of GPA depends on collaboration. The government, the private sector, civil society, and international partners all have a critical role of play. Government Indonesia through the BPDLH stands ready to work closely with all of you to make this initiative a national and global example of sustainable peatland management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Triple S, Ibu Sinta Saptarina Sumiarno. That's her name, okay? And don't ask me why the keynote speaker transformed from a male to a beautiful lady. We have a bit of situation today, but that's okay as long as the message is delivered well. Okay, so we will delve into so-called peatland restoration fund. What are the financing opportunities? How to optimize the various financing instruments in order to address these urgent peatland restoration efforts. We will also touch base on policy recommendations and multi-stakeholders collaborations to open access to funding. Okay, allow me to invite for the X number of times. Let me invite back our moderator, Policy Advocacy Manager from Climate Reality Project, Mas Ari Adi Pratomo.
But then also with different
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion at COP30 here in Belém, Brazil. My name is Ari Wijanaka Adipratomo. I'm from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. And welcome again to another discussion sessions by the Indonesian Environmental Fund, or BPDLH. And we are welcoming you to this Indonesian Pavilions on Saturday, a very nice day, and I hope we are going to learn a lot today. As mentioned before by Ibu Sinta, the keynote sets of strong foundations for today's discussions, especially on building long-term, innovative, and also community-centered financing for peatland restorations. Indonesia peatlands hold some of the world's largest and the most important carbon reserves. When they are degraded, emissions rise dramatically. But when they are restored, peatland transform into one of the most powerful carbon sinks on the planet. Today's discussions will focus on how we can unlock long-term, innovative, and community-centered financing to ensure that peatland restoration is not only successful, but also sustainable over decades. We will explore perspectives from science, policy, fiscal governance, national financing mechanisms, and also community engagement, all of which must work together to turn peatland from carbons. Before entering the discussions, I would like to introduce our panels today in the sequence of today's sessions. Firstly, I would like to invite Ms. Amy Duchel, Senior Forestry Officer from FAO. Please give her a round of applause. Second, we have Bapak Muhammad Askari, Coordinator for the Business and Activity Development Working Group, Ministry of Environment. Pak Askari. Third, we have Mr. Wesley Sinolinga, Policy Analyst, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance. Welcome, Mas. And then we have Ibu Nia, our beloved Ibu Nia, Ms. Endah Tri Kurniawati, Director of Fundraising and Development from Indonesian Environmental Fund. And last but not the least, Mr. Hafsbi Berliani, Program Director for Environment and Sustainable Governance from Kemitraan. Welcome, Bapak and Ibu. Now, for the first one, I would like to invite Ms. Amy Duchel from FAO. We're going to talk about how the MRF and also forest monitoring is central to unlocking credible financing for restorations. Ibu Amy, the floor is yours.
Selamat. Yeah, see? Okay, yeah. Selamat pagi semuanya. It's very nice. Okay, yeah. Selamat pagi semuanya. It's so nice to be back in Indonesia, in the Indonesian pavilion. And I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate BPDLH for the success with the green peatlands economy in this first step. It's been a pleasure for FAO to collaborate with you on the technical side, and we look forward to further work together. Peatlands are absolutely at the center of the climate action discussions now, and FAO is prioritizing this area of work, both in terms of climate change adaptation, but also, of course, climate change mitigation. And FAO continues to develop and refine methods for measurement, reporting, and verification, MRV, of emissions from peatlands, focusing on assessing soil organic carbon and greenhouse gas emissions. And this approach uses, of course, both ground and remotely sensed data to provide standardized protocols for peatland monitoring and reporting to guide management decisions. Indonesia plays a major role in this context, and what happens with MRV in Indonesia, in fact, can be a model for the world. So, Indonesia holds the largest known area of tropical peatlands of any country, and storing a large proportion of the world's tropical peat carbon, addressing challenges faced with drainage and degradation very actively. Indonesia is one of the few countries that specifically includes peatlands in the National Forest Reference Emission Level and nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, providing a positive example for other countries that hold peatlands. In addition, Indonesia has established an international framework for peatland monitoring, developed the Peatland Ecosystem Protection and Management Plan that guides peatland protection and monitoring, implemented a national peatland monitoring platform to monitor groundwater level and rainfall and guide restoration activities, and created an online peat restoration information and monitoring system for transparent and reliable monitoring. This is really innovative stuff. Not many countries have advanced in such a way for MRV of peatlands, and this certainly can translate into finance for peatlands because it allows for the robust, transparent, and scientifically grounded monitoring of peatlands. And this gives confidence in investors at international and national levels. And again, we congratulate Indonesia for these advancements and this ongoing national political level support. It's essential to keep this going so that there's this continued institutional backing to boost investor confidence and ensure data quality and ensure the sustainability of all of the conservation, restoration, and management of peatlands in Indonesia. Thank you. Thank you. I should say that I'm being called by my director of forestry at FAO because they've decided to open the forest pavilion at 10 o'clock. But I wanted to be here for the beginning, and I will stay for a few more minutes. But when I leave, my colleague Liva Kaguri, who's here, and she's also knows the peatlands issue very well, and she will come and take FAO's place here so that we can participate in the full event. Yes? Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, BME. We heard a lot about how the global perspective, especially on the peatlands, and then probably later on we can ask some more questions to FAO. And thank you so much for coming to Indonesia Pavilion, and good luck for the next event. Thank you, Ibu. So I would like to now to turn our focus on the governance from the Indonesian side. I would like to ask several questions to Pak Muhammad Askari. Pak Askari, may I invite you to also share with us about your presentation, probably? And then later on, after that, we can ask you some questions, if you like.
Thank you for having me today. Puan-puan, tuan-tuan, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a very good morning to all of you. It's lovely to see you today. Can I stand there just to share? Because, yeah. Test. Test, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so basically that sometime that people would like to ask, are you do with what you have talked? So I try to show to all of us what we have done so far, basically. Just share the idea, share the information. Next, please. So basically that the dream that we have so far, how to make the peatland area, which is the emitters, to become the carbon sink. That's a challenge. That's the first question. The second one, how can we prove that we have done, to be the carbon sink? That's a challenge also. So basically that until now, Indonesia has stipulated, has enacted at least 47 regulations. So we are quite serious on this matter because the challenge that's big. Because if only one day land and forest fire in Indonesia, the Singapore will shut down. It's that easy. So it's a huge challenge. So that's why we have developed this much of regulation. Not to see the numbers, but in details of everything that we have done so far. Next, please. I will not go in details. This is some of the milestone that we can see from 1990, basically. Then until now, we still do develop our policies. So it's a lot of effort that has been done so far through our national expertise, through some colleagues' expertise like the FAO, many other colleagues. So basically, a huge contribution has been done so far. Next, please. Okay, this is some of the regulation. We can proud of that. We say that we are maybe the only one in the world that who has a very long-term planning for the peatland pollution management until next 30 years. Maybe I will not be in the world again. Yeah, I am died behind the graveyard. But at least that we draw something, that we have a vision, that we will do something in the next 30 years. This is some of the regulations, some of the policies, as you can see here. Next, please. Okay, this is the new policy that has been taken just this year. Because the challenge that cannot be handled only by the government, but we ask the private company to also do their job. Whether within the 5-kilometer radius from the outer boundaries, if there's a village there, they have to do their what's so-called the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut, all peatland stewardship program. Because we have to engage with the community. Because why? Looking to the next, this is last 10 years, there is shifting of the land and forest fire. Before, there are many in the concession area, but now in the community area, many of them. Why? Because, as I said before to some session, that we cannot say conservation is the people still hungry. No, you cannot do so. So we have to engage the community. That's why we have to develop this one. And this is just an example that one of the company, okay, around them are 5 villages, so they have to do the intervention with the community in order to restore the peatland ecosystem itself through what's so-called, as I said before, the peatland stewardship program. Next, please. This is an example of the one of the permit that has been given. So we exactly put where is the village, where is their area, where they have to do intervention. Next, please. And this is one of the achievement that we can proud of. We are Indonesia, that we have restored for more than 4 million hectares in the concession area alone. And in combine with the community area, we have restored 400,000 hectares of the peatlands. 400,000 hectares within this 9 years. So this is should be carried out time by time because the challenge is real in the field. Next, please. This is some of the examples that we have done so far, that we put the canal blocking, what so-called the R1 approaches. We have to restore, bringing back the water, because 90% of the peatland is water. So when we dry it out, it's easy to burn. That's a challenge. That's why that we have to manage this water. Before this area, myself doing there, then the area, the canal is no water there, because it's drained out. So it will be easy in the dry season to burn. But then we construct this kind of canal blocking, so then everything rising up again. At the time that the production of the coconut, only 400 butir, 400, and then increase to become 800. Next, please. And they can use that also just to transport their commodity. Can you play the video? This is one of the huge challenges to do the rehabilitation of the vegetation. Because it's not easy how to grow something with the pH 3.4, 3.5 until 4.5, the pH. It's lower pH. So we have to develop the endemic species there. We have to grow the endemic species. You can see here, the color here, that means the groundwater level is 0. We have to grow this one because we want to absorb again the CO2. This area before is emitting. Now we try to absorb it again. This is the way we do it in our country. Next, please. Okay, this is some of the area that we have done what's so called the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut or the peatland stewardship program. All over around Indonesia, you can see there. I claim for more than 1,000. Yes, they're for real, more than 1,000. Huge money, huge effort that has been done so far. Of course, in combined from our national budget, come from also the BPDLH. Thank you, BPDLH, keep supporting us. And some other colleagues, of course. We've done our job in the field, but please unlock some fundings. Next, please. Okay, this is the approaches. As I said before, that R1 is rewetting program. R2 is rehabilitation of vegetation, as we have seen in the picture. R3 is revitalization of the community livelihood. Next, please. Okay, this is the approaches that we have so far. We combine the R2 and R3, where we have to develop something that they grow, that they can harvest less than 8 months for their short-term income for the community. And then between 8 months to 24 months for the middle-term income for the community. And then they can harvest for more than 24 months. So that's the way we combine this one, or what's so called the agroforestry. That's the approaches, so that we left the people no hunger anymore. Next, please. Okay, this is some of the activities. Too many pictures, too many videos, too much. Because more than 1,000 villages. So I just grabbed some of them. Next, please. Okay, this is a beautiful fish pond, not a fish pond, the floating fishing farming in the lake. That can also be for tourism. So there's a lot of combination that's been done so far in the field. Next, please. Okay, now this is also the policy that's been taken, because we do not just restore, but also that, okay, we have to stop the permit which has been given before in the huge area. Now it's okay, stop, enough is enough. So we have to maintain, we have to manage what has been so far. Next, please. And this also, I say this one is easy to say, but not easy in the field. You can see there's a sign of tiger there, Sumatran tiger. That's the area where the community lives. We say, okay, buy the Frisi, but the first who pick up what you grow something is the monkey. When the monkey is there, so the tiger is there. The swine, the wild boar is coming, and then the tiger is coming there. And then what's left for the people? So it's a quite challenge for us in the peatland area. Next, please. Okay, this is some of the information system. So thank you, Ibu Emi and her representative here. So basically that we have developed everything what we can do. I can say that I can monitor 4.2 million hectares just in my handphone directly. It's an online data, real-time data that we have so far. So we are monitoring. If we talk about the high integrity carbon, yes, we have. We can claim, we can show you. What's so-called the MRV is quite easy for us. We can show that to the world, what we have done so far. Next, please. Okay, this is the Simata information system. You can see there, I've present this one. The red color there is the canal blockings. All over around the area. The blue color, blue dot is there, is the manual monitoring points. The red one is the data logger. We can send directly to my handphone. Next, please. Okay, this is the equipment. I will not go in details. Next, please. And this is also the information system that you can open it. This is in Thai language, so it's also in Arabic, also in France, also in Portuguese. Whatever language that you speak, you can open it and you can find the information there. Next, please. Okay, this has come to a real challenge. If it's needed, we do the weather modification. because we now the cycle of the El Nino. We have to overcome this problem. And also, of course, we do the water bombing. Is there still a land and forest fire for sure? Next, please. Okay, this is what we have calculated so far. We say, okay, now is the carbon emitter. We want that to be a carbon sink. This is the emission CO2 reduction form we have developed so far. We calculate from the tier 1. About 302 million ton CO2 equivalents. Next, please. And obrigado. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Askari. It is really interesting to learn from your presentations on how the Indonesians actually have the long-term institutional pathways and how Indonesia is building to secure peatland resilience. Please give him a round of applause. Now I would like to turn our attention to the Ministry of Finance, Mas Wesley. We would like to learn about the backbone of any long-term restoration efforts. And Mas Wesley will also help us to understand the fiscal need, the green climate finance pipeline, and also financing strategy. Mas Wesley, over to you. And I have a first question, Mas Wesley, for you, if I may. Is it on?
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Mas Ari. I hope I'm audible. Yeah? Okay. So as Mas Ari mentioned, I'm coming from the Ministry of Finance, where we handle, well, in Indonesia, we mostly quote on money is not everything, but everything needs money. So it's probably not the most important one, but it's important for the peatland. So let me start with saying that we've released our second NDC last month, and we have lots of priorities in our agenda, and then peatland is one of them. So let me say that in the second NDC launched by our released by our government last month, there's a requirement of investment amounting 472.6 billion. If I calculate roughly, so it's around 94.5 billion per year. So that's what we need to have our NDC achieved. And then what we have now in our budget, in our government budget, we had our climate budget tagging, where we tag the ministry's budget based on the climate actions. So what we have now, we have a 238 trillion rupiah. It's around 16.7 billion USD for 2018 to 2024. It means on average, we have like 39.8 trillion rupiah, around 2.8 billion per year. So we need around 94.5 billion, and we have 2.8 billion from our budget. So we can have a 12.9% basically to finance our climate action from the budget. So there are like 87.1% that we need investment from multilateral, from bilateral corporations, and of course from private. So these numbers is large, is huge, right? So what do we need from this gap? So where should we go to finance this gap? The first one, private is everything, right? Private is there. So the trillions is in the private. So we're trying to have a carbon market. We launched it in the early of this year, and that's one of them. So we leverage private to get our financing gap reduced. And then the second one is from multilateral and bilateral corporations. We have our MDBs there. We are part of them. We are part of the climate funds, and we have a bilateral cooperation. We have with Japan and EU and so many countries, right? So that's one of the thing that we do. And then we also have a blended finance and the risking facilities. This is important. Well, it can come from our budget or from the multilateral development banks, for instance. So that's how we manage to get our financing narrower, the financing gap narrower, and then get our NDC achieved, right? So what do we have from our budget? So from our budget, we have our fiscal policy that try to catalyze. Basically, we are catalyzing investment. So it's not the main source of the investment, but we catalyze the investment through budget, our government budget. So we have our tax incentive, and then we give a incentives for private to come and explore our facility. And then we also have our green bonds amounting, now let me check the number, I need to make it correct, right? 7.7 billion US dollars now from 2018 to 2025. So we are leveraging private, including from our sovereign bonds. And then, yeah, that's basically what we do. Of course, we have a PPP project, and then and risk sharing mechanism. So that's what we do, and also we also engage with the multilateral. I mentioned before multilateral development banks like World Bank. We had some with ADB cooperations, and we also have cooperation with green climate funds. Well, basically climate funds. One of them is Green Climate Fund. Why I specifically mentioned Green Climate Fund? Because we are the national designated authority of the Green Climate Fund. We in the Ministry of Finance basically coordinate. That's basically our role. We are coordinating. We are making policy aligned with our national priorities, and we endorse the project by releasing a non-objection letter from the office. So that's basically what we do. And then now specifically on peatland. So what we have from our cooperation with the Green Climate Funds on the peatland side. So BPDLH as a prospective accredited entity of the Green Climate Fund, well, basically engage with our a project initiated by our Badan Restorasi Gambut, or Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency, and with the help and support of the FAO and Kementerian, of course. So basically, we support projects, the peatland projects handled by the BPDLH. We support our BPDLH as our special mission vehicles, and then it's a national entity, right? So we need to make sure that the capacity is built within our country, and then of course to access the financing. So we have the proposal on innovative peatland financing facility. It's involve smallholders and local community as well. So like Bapak Askara mentioned before, that we make our community alive, right? We cannot say that you need to do this while we're not thinking about how they can make themselves wealthy, right? So that's what we did. And then as an NDA, the Ministry of Finance, we continue closely accompany and support BPDLH in this process, and hopefully this process will benefit our society at the end. Thank you. Back to you, Mas Ari.
Okay, thank you so much, Mas Wesley. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We learned a lot from the Indonesian Ministry of Finance, that there's a lot of way on how Indonesia is actually financing and actively involving in restoring its peatland. Now, I would like to turn our attentions into the Indonesian Environmental Fund, or BPDLH, to Ibu Endah Tri Kurniawati or our beloved Bunia. Bunia, may I invite you to present your insight on peatland financing through Indonesian Environmental Fund. Over to you, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Ari. Very good morning, everyone. It is very happy to be here again. This is the third day of our event here in Indonesian Pavilion. Yeah, next please. So maybe as Mas Welly mentioned that the government of Indonesia just submitted second NDC, and it is mentioned that quite a lot of the financial needs of our NDC is around Mas Wesley 476.5 billion US dollar. And in second NDC also mentioned that the government would like to strengthen climate finance through the IF or Indonesian Environmental Fund or BPDLH. So that's why at this point we have we got mandate to manage, to mobilize, and also to channeling the fund regarding the second NDC achievement. So that's why it is important for us to support the government program. Next, please. Yeah, as we know that IF as one of the financial mechanism, so IF together with the Line Ministry set up thematic areas, and then peatland is one of the thematic areas under the follow netting, and then for that one also because the financial climate finance needs quite a lot, so that's why we also would like to scale up, including how we can scale up the peatland fund at this point. Right now, the existing fund that we have regarding the peatland restoration, maybe we still allocate the peatland restoration using the result-based payment coming from the GCF, also some bilateral cooperation with other governments. But I think we cannot depend only on the public fund, but in the future, how we can mobilize the private fund, as Mas Welly mentioned. And then at this point, IF just starting how to have sustainable financing by applying blended finance, or also maybe other innovative financing later on. Right now, for the existing fund, for the result-based payment, and some of them is already allocated to the peatland restoration, as I mentioned, is quite big, but maybe still not enough, because as Pak Askari mentioned that the peatland is very important for Indonesia, because peatland can contribute to the global emission, and also peatland can avoiding the methane release to the global emission. Next, please. Yeah, so yes, when we talk about the peatland and then how we can focusing on the peatland restoration, the boundary of the program that will be done, and right now IF together with the Line Ministry, with the Ministry of Environment and also Forestry, would like to access the global fund from the multilateral fund or Green Climate Fund, as we know. We would like to use the fund as investment, how to restore the peatland ecosystem. So at this point, the boundary of the peatland restoration, of course, the peatland area, and then as Pak Askari mentioned as well, in peatland area we have we can say two consisting of two type of the area. The first one area managed by the private sector, and the other one managed by the community and also maybe the government. So at this point, by getting the GCF fund later on, we would like to invest the fund, how we can involve them in restoring the peatland ecosystem. And as we know, of course, the private sector has obligation. How, in other hand, they already, because they get permit from the government to produce something from the peatland area, and in the other hand, they also have obligation how they can maintain the peatland restoration by maintaining the water level, and also how they can involve the community surrounding the peatland area. And in other side, we also have a community, how they can create the economic activities from the peatland area. And also, of course, we have the local government at this point. They also have responsible to, at the end, to report to the national how the contribution of the provinces to the emission reduction of in national level. So at this point, the fund for the private sector, maybe we will give a kind of the investment or maybe provide a facility to the private sector to have or maybe to can monitoring the water level of the peatland. In other side, maybe we also would like to involve the community to find alternative income when they use or they utilize the resources from the peatland area. And then at the end, of course, all of the entity within the peatland area will got benefit later on. It could be the first one, maybe could be economic benefit, and other hand, in another hand, at the end could be also carbon benefit later on. And then maybe how then we would like to develop the innovative financing. Next, please. So with the existing, maybe we will monetize the result of the peatland restoration. Maybe one of them could be, we can say, of methane offloading, or maybe as common terms is carbon benefit. And then carbon benefit then will be monetized. In the first or the second year, we will focusing on the peatland restoration. In the third year, and then we will do the monitoring and verification, measuring, verification and reporting and verification. And then in the fourth, 5, and the 6th year, we will continue the intervention of the peatland. And then in the last year, we will do again the measuring, the MRV again. So based on the result that we get in the third and the 7th year, because the project will be done maybe during the 7 years, we will monetize how the result of the peatland restoration will be have value, and then it will be used as an underlying project later on. And then at this point, IF will develop a kind collective investment undertaking, and then it will be offered to the investor by offering the underlying project, maybe could be carbon or maybe other things. And then after that, we do hope by having the fund facility, all the investor will come to Indonesia. We will put in one basket, and then the fund will be returned back to the peatland restoration. And then it will be like a kind of a cyclus later on, after we got another investor by issuing the collective investment undertaking, and then we can use the fund for another area later on. So this is still under designing. We still discuss with relevant stakeholder in Indonesia, but hopefully after we got support from the GCF, at the end of the project we can develop the innovative financing to have sustainable financing, of course. And then at the end, Indonesia hopefully can contribute to the global emission reduction by avoiding methane release from the peatland area. I think thank you from our side. Back to Mas Ari.
Thank you, Ibu Nia. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much, Ibu Nia. We learned a lot from Ibu Nia on how the Indonesia is actually developing a layered and also future-oriented financing, which is becoming an architecture for peatland restorations. Now, I would like to turn our attention to Pak Hasbi from Kemitraan. We are going to ask Pak Hasbi regarding a lot of questions, but I will turn the opportunity to Pak Hasbi over to this. Pak Hasbi, my first question would be, Pak Hasbi, what intervention have proven effective and also to ensure communities gain ecological and economic benefits from peatland restoration, Pak Hasbi? Over to you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Ari. Very good morning for the participants. It is a pleasure to share our experience working on the community peatland restorations activities. And then regarding the questions, I think I have some recommendations. I think I will continue what Pak Askari mentions about the importance of the community to be engaged during the peatland restoration activities. regarding the data, up to more than 10,000 of the villages of around 78,000 villages in Indonesia are located within and around of the peatland area. So this means that the peatland restoration activities will be effectively if the community living and located in the area should be engaged in the participatory and meaningful schemes. The participants, just also to continue the presentation of Pak Askari, that the government of Indonesia already promoted the approach how to engage the community in the peatland restoration activities through the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut, peatland care villages programs. This already done, I think, more than 10 years ago, and then already work with the more than thousands of the villages in Indonesia. Kemitraan, our organizations, is also working closely with the government at the time to work with more than 250 villages, and then it is very great experience, opportunity for us now to explain some of our recommendations. Regarding the activities in the peatland areas, the community can develop many kind of activities, but regarding the government's guidance, there is three main activities called as the rewetting. And then the second one is the revegetation. This is to improve the conditions of the peatland areas. And then the third program is very important because it will revitalize the community livelihoods in the village area. So many activities will be contribute to the improvement of the ecosystem, improvement of the local community, but also improving the conditions of the peatland itself. There are many activities that contribute directly with to the community, especially as presented by Pak Askari. There is many kind of the economic activities, fishery, agriculture, but mostly in the peatland area, we also train the community to conduct the paludiculture-based agriculture. So it will be good to improve the local community livelihood, but it will be remain keeping the good area for the peatland area. One of the important recommendations that we learned from the community-based peatland restorations program, that the program should be conducted in the enough time frame. Based on our experience, if we work with the local community, we need around 6 months for the preparations. We need to talk directly with the community. We make a participatory mapping, and then after that we move to the implementation stage to conduct the rewetting programs, revegetation program, and also for the livelihood or revitalizations of the local community. It will need more than 1 year. From our experience, we need around 18 months for the implementation stage. And then, after that, we need the third stage called as the institutionalizations. We need to ensure that the community, what they have done, will be continue, and then they can manage and maintain all of their activities. So, from our experience, we need minimum 3 years for the good program for the community-based peatland restorations. So, from our side, the important recommendations that the government should consider in the future program to design a program at the minimum 3 years in one village to conduct the whole of the activities and ensuring the impact will be benefited to the local people, and then also to ensuring the sustainability of the program. Regarding the experience in our government in Indonesia, it is difficult to make the programs in multi-year schemes, yeah, like 3 years programs. But learning from the another programs, like rehabilitations, there is one year for the planting the trees, but there is a support from the government continuously for 3 years called as the maintenance. So there is a 3 years maintenance continue after the plantations or rehabilitation. I think this is one of the good examples how to design and implementing the programs in multi-year schemes. One of my suggestions also, continuing Pak Wesley presentations, that we have a potential of the collaborations to improve the finance, to unlocking the peatland restoration fund. We at Kemitraan also accredited entity for the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund. Actually, our government, our country cannot access maximum at this time. So the collaborations through the green peatland economy, I think will be very important to improve our access to the Green Climate Fund. For the Adaptation Fund, there is also good opportunity because our country kept now up to 40 million US dollar, but actually we only access until now around 10 or 25%. So it is very important, Pak Askari and the Ministry of Environment, we can continue and maximize our access to the Adaptation Fund, as the NDA of the Adaptation Fund is in the Ministry of Environment. Another inputs, I think, from our experience regarding the international fund, the domestic source of fund also will be very important, especially how the government will take lead to mobilize the fund from many sources. Especially, I think the corporate social responsibility from many companies is very potential to improve, to support the significant restoration, peatland restoration in Indonesia. I think that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hasbi. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we learned a lot from Pak Hasbi's presentations or speech, that it is important to showcase to the community what is the real benefits. And if they are having ownership, strong ownership, it will help them to be able to be empowered and restore the peatland. And also, it's also important for the blended finance, not just from the government, but also from the private sector. But now I would like to also turn our attention back to the global perspective to Ms. Livia regarding some of the interesting points. Ms. Livia, may I ask you, based on the FAO's peatland MRV methodology, how significant it is for Indonesia's global climate mitigation potentials, especially from the peat restorations potential? Over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's really a great pleasure to be here and on behalf of my colleague Amy, who was here for the first part of the event, I don't think I have to remind you or re-insist that the peatlands are receiving increased interest, but also attention due to the benefits and ecosystem services that it's offering, but also the water quality regulation and also the livelihood co-benefits, and then of course the co-benefits of the climate, reducing climate impacts as well. But nevertheless, there are often strong competition on the land use from the different aspects, because the peatlands are also for the local communities, for the crop production, for the livestock production, also for the forestry. So of course that requires then the dedicated balance to achieve the restoration goals. It requires also the governance systems in place to achieve the restoration, while meeting also the needs of the local communities who are using the territories with the peatlands. So of course then sustainable peatland management and restoration planning is often hindered by insufficient data of the peatland locations, use, drainage and degradation status, as well as value of ecosystem services. And I think in the previous round the speakers have already highlighted the importance and also the practice in Indonesia, how all of the above mentioned aspects are kind of captured in the country's experience. So the communication on this information to local stakeholders is also essential, but often lacking. And therefore, as mentioned, the governance and the land tenure aspects indeed are challenging factors that often are hindered, and then of course the policies related to the peatland access, use and use are often absent, and often are also those challenges that we see in the experience globally from other countries. So just to highlight some of the challenges in the peatland restoration, as already mentioned, is lack of regulatory frameworks for peatlands to develop and enforce policies, and also inform the territorial and land use planning at the local level, at the subnational and national level. Also, absence of accurate peatland maps and appropriate scales is also a challenge, because from the maps that were shown already by colleagues here on the panel, you really need a detailed ground data and very detailed mapping. Then also difficulty to obtain on-site high-quality measurements across the territories and spatial scales to design restoration strategies are quite critical. And then limited technical expertise at the national, but especially at the subnational levels to implement and monitor peatland restoration are also one of the challenges that we see in other countries. And then historically, open access public peatlands and water diversion has led to overexploitation in some cases, resulting, of course, then in the conflict between the government and the land users at the local level. So basically, both the tenure for the land, but also tenure for the water use is some of the challenges or the aspects that are putting kind of enforcing a conflict situations on the ground. So here we see that to resolve these is really the collaboration at the national level, subnational and local level really critical. So there needs to be the policies in place and also the land use planning, but really the local level is the critical part, but of course the institutional arrangements and the policies at the top level also are. So it's more detailed bottom up and top down as well. So it's more challenging, I would say, than maybe other types of the lands.
One more question, actually, Ms. Livia, on this one. Since you mentioned there are several different challenges, especially on the peatland restorations. Which one do you think is the biggest global challenge in terms of the peatland restorations, whether it's a governance or a tenure, or is it a technical capacity?
It's hard to prioritize. I would say it's the data which is critical at the national level, but the tenure is also critical, because without the tenure, it's hard to implement sustainable management, because that also doesn't apply only to the peatlands. And coming from the background actually of the land tenure, that also, if you don't have a secure tenure, that the land users, secure land tenure is an incentive to manage the property and the land that you own, because that's a long-term kind of investment that you see. Without a secure land tenure, you use it there's a tendency that you use it for a short-term perspective, but if with the secure land tenure, that's, I would say, is quite critical, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very interesting to see the different perspective on how we actually strive to restore our peatland in Indonesia. There's a lot of good examples given by different line of ministries, how we are actually strengthening our collaborations and how we are actually also involving the communities as a forefront of the peatland restoration process. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we still have time for a couple of short questions or the general reflection from the audience. I would like to invite you to raise your hand to also introduce yourself, and also keep your questions or interventions very short to 30 seconds. Anyone would like to ask the questions? Yes, over to you. I'll help you on this.
The reason I come to this pavilion is that I get good practices. I return to my country where I work with local communities, but the support that your government provides, that 3-year period to hear their ideas, build institutional capacity, we have to do it ourselves. So we take on many roles and responsibilities to empower the local groups. So thanks for sharing these best practices. I like how your ministries work together, how the financing, you think of other departments, other ministries. One question I have, the synergies. A lot is focused on the climate. How do you build the synergies with biodiversity? You talk a lot about carbon storage. That's great for biodiversity. And you also deal with the emissions reductions. Are there strong synergies with biodiversity conventions? We have to do it in our countries. We don't have the resources. So every dollar I get from my groups, I have to stretch it. I have to look for the positives to climate, chemicals, waste. But that's how we have to think, holistic. And you have some really good practices, and I'm taking them back home with me. Oh, I'm Ruth Spencer. I'm from Antigua and Barbuda. I also sit on Ecosystem Restoration Advisory Board. So the successes that you mentioned was really very important. Thanks for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Miss. This is very interesting questions, and yes, hopefully our session will be enlightenment also for other delegates for different countries, and we can strengthen our collaboration. Probably to answer your question, I would like to turn the opportunity to Askari, if you don't mind, and then we can move to Kak Wesley.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, that we have to have a clear vision where we are going to. So that's basically, before Indonesia have a huge challenge also, because there's a lot of land and forest fire. So we know the problem. Then we think how we can solve this problem. Of course, we are as the governor, we have to think, okay, we have to develop a kind of policy. Luckily that, as I said before, that until now we have at least 47 regulations, so that everybody should avoid this law. So it's binded by the law. And then how we can implement that in the field. So the question comes, Where's the problem coming from? It's coming from the field. How we can solve it in the field. You cannot just on the sky. No. We just cannot talk. So we have to solve that in the field. So that's why the approach is based on. I have been working with the peatland for last 9 years. Based on my experience, that the problem solution that should be come from the field also. That's why we have to integrate. There are several sources of funding. If we're talking about the funding comes from the government. The funding also comes from the member of the parliament because they have an allocated budget for their pendukungnya, for their supporters. So they have also the money and also come from our different resources. So this money it should go to the field because the problem is in the field, not for us, not for me. No. It should go to the field because we try to solve the problem. And the program that we have so far, the Peatland Stewardship Program, is basically the bottom-up planning process. The policies come the higher level, top-down, but for the activities come from the bottom-up planning. So that's the way we do it. So before we implement everything, of course, we have to do the socialization, we describe for them, because sometimes, as I say, that I don't know about the peatland. Even they live there for 50 years. I don't know, they just jump like this because it's kind of bumpy, something like that. But they don't know, this is a pit. Yes, that's a pit. So we have to teach them, tell them, okay, this is a pit. So the peatland, technically, that we tell them, is 90% consists of water. So if you release the water, it left only the organic carbon. It's dry up, it's easy to burn. It has a high calorific value, 8 kilocalories, 8,000 kilocalories. The young batu bara, the young coal, yeah, we can use it. But of course, that we would like to utilize the area as long as we can. So we have to teach them. Then they will develop what so-called, as my colleague Terima Kasih from Kemitraan says that, okay, if we want to engage the community, of course we come talk with them, describe for them. Okay, now what's the challenge? What's the identification of problem situation? Because every canal in Indonesia, it's owned by someone. You cannot just put the canal blocking, otherwise by tomorrow they just do the chainsaw, then everything's gone, disappear. So we have to come talk with them. And then, okay, we ask them to allow us to, how if we construct this one? Okay, and then, okay, they will construct them. Okay, of course, we have to teach them how to construct it. So, and then, what commodity that we can grow here? Okay, look back to our ancestors, our father and mother. What can we grow here as that we can eat? Okay, this kind of commodity, okay, we can try that. So basically, that's the way we do it. And then, where is the money come from? Sometime, okay, you have to open the bank account. You have to institutionalize your local community. Then we send the money to them directly, so they can see the money. Okay, you can see the money. Now run the program. Then we will supervise you. Then we'll pengawasan, monitor. We will monitor your program. If you do a good job, okay, we will continue. Thank you for our Minister of Finance. Before that, we only give only for 1 year program, but now that we can run for until 3 years program in the same village, because there are so many. Sometimes, why you give that to the village? So we have to coordinate very nice. So basically, that's the way we do it. So that's why we can claim. Until now, if we comparing to 2015, that the area which is burned area 2.6 million 2015. But now we have declined until 97-98%. The program that we have also called the Desa Mari Pelui Gambut, until now in my record, only 3 villages still, more than 100 to 1,000 villages. Only 3 villages still have a challenge with the land and forest fire. So everything, yeah, not perfect, but hopefully that this kind of program it run. And I do believe some other area can implement based on their local wisdom. That's my answer about the question. Thank you. I hand over again.
Thank you, Pak Askari. May I ask also Mas Wesley to strengthen again from the from the point of view from Minister of Finance, especially on the financing aspect. Over to you, Mas.
Thank you, Masari. So coordination is very important, right? It's not easy, but it's very important. So The strategy that we have, so we have long-term planning, national long-term planning. We have a medium-term national planning, and then we have our NDC that can be referred to on specifically on the biodiversity. We also have our IPSAP. I can't remember the abbreviation. Yeah, in this biodiversity action. Yeah, action plan. Yeah. That's for 2025 to 2045. So we already have that one. And in the Ministry of Finance, we realized that we may need to get the money, but then where the money should be channeled to, right? That belongs to our ministries. That belongs to our communities. So we're not trying to get the money and then we don't know where to go, right? So we already have our projects first, and then that's in our national planning agency, and then we have to go to the MDBs, go to the bilateral cooperation, go to the climate funds, just to get the projects running, right? Otherwise, as I mentioned before, we only have 12.9% from our budgets for our climate action. So if we want to achieve more, and we probably need to go more in terms of financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause for all of our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to actually offer another questions from the audience, but unfortunately the time is up right now. I just been notified by the committee that the time is running out. Therefore, I would like to close the sessions. From today's sessions, we learned that the peatland restorations is not simply a technical mission, but it is a climate opportunity, it is a community opportunity, and also long-term financing challenge that Indonesia poised to lead. Our discussion today combined a lot of perspective from global MRV, national policy, and also fiscal pathways, which is all of them are important for the continuations of the peatland restorations. And also on the financing architecture, community insights, all of them are essentials to turning the peatlands from carbon emitters into carbon sinks. On behalf of the Indonesian Environmental Fund, or BPDLH, and the Indonesian Pavilion, thank you so much for coming here today. Thank you for all of our panelists for thoughtful engagement. I would like to also now handing over to our beloved MC for the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you all speakers for your unwavering support. Some of you might have done twice, some of you multiple times. We do value your contribution. We do have a special merchandise to be given as a note of thanks to everyone. And it's great to see all the local speakers wearing this traditional form of batik. It's a traditional clothes from the island of Java. So I'll take this great opportunity for all the speakers, including you, of course, to take a group photo together. And by the way, we have the batik bag for you. But in case you want to exchange that, we perhaps have a clothes but we have to check on the size for you. Thank you. Please rise and make a few steps forward. We're going to have a group photo together. Oh, Ibu Ami, please take the honor to present this special gift on behalf of IEF, which is the Indonesian Environment Fund, and from Indonesia Pavilion to our contributors this morning. For a perfect picture, all three ladies, please take a center stage. All three ladies, please take the center stage. And all the gentlemen, please give away. Okay, one more. Pak Askari, if you don't mind. Okay, now this is more balanced. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ibu Ami. Keep up the fighting spirit. Okay, we still have a lot of programs to run. So please stay with us and enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you. Okay. Okay, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. I hope you are all well and ready for the upcoming discussion. We will present to you the latest development on regulation in climate finance, exploring instruments, framework, mechanisms that have potential to unlock the various opportunities in climate finance. So to set or to frame the context, allow me to invite our keynote speaker. He is the Director of Forest Utilization Business Development from the Ministry of Forestry Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak Ilham.
Oh, udah. Yeah. Thank you for the beautiful MC. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan selamat malam teman-teman yang ada di online. Allow me to thank you by expressing my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to attend this important session by offline and online. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has used natural landscape, and also we have the great news. Yeah, we have already the new president regulation number 110 year 2025 and on the implementation of the economic value of carbon. This president regulation in forestry sector perspective has advantages such as the first one is Indonesia is the natural capital powerhouse of the world, with our forest, peatland and mangrove holding the key to unlocking vast carbon value. And this president regulation also we can make protection, restoration and social forestry program. We can generate significant carbon value while ensuring benefit flow directly to local communities, rural household and indigenous people. The third, Indonesia for optimize the carbon trading in forestry sector could create significant number of the job at the project site and generate billions in annual trading value. By linking carbon opportunities with community-based forest management, these papers enable conservation to go hand in hand with the prosperity. Our national park also hold the untapped potential to mobilize the climate finance, creating sustainable revenue stream for the conservation and communities alike. And within the new papers, we gain access to cross-sector market and international linkage, expanding opportunities and global competitiveness. New regulation enables Indonesia offset to operate with the international standard and Article 6 mechanism, and this will unlock access to international carbon finance, while ensuring high integrity carbon credit through a robust process for applying corresponding adjustment. And the last, for these papers, we can make effective governance and efficient business process, safeguarding environmental integrity and positive social co-benefit. Carbon market ecosystem will serve as a vehicle for economic diversification and community empowerment. And aligned for the new papers, we can, for these papers, there are three fundamental change, different with the all president regulation. The first one is integration of the planning, permitting and project cycle. The second, harmonization of the universal carbon principle with national regulatory frameworks, and alignment of the MRV and assurance system to ensure long-term project credibility. And this is three fundamental is different from the last president regulations. And line to the new president regulation, now we are going to make the draft of the Ministry of Forestry regulations. We have the mandate to build high integrity and high quality product as follow. The first one is high quality for the PDD. The second is application of universal principle. It means we have to follow the standard and methodology of the international. And the third is insurance. The fourth is benefit sharing agreement to community. We want that this project, carbon project, doesn't have social conflict and also the tenorial conflict. And the most important is the five is different from the high integrity and the other project is biodiversity protection, biodiversity and environment protection. That we Indonesia almost released for the ministry regulation, but until now we have to make the follow of the international standard and methodology. So before we release the Ministry of Regulation, we want that all stakeholders, even though they're from the international, give the input for our ministry regulations. And ladies and gentlemen, and also for the important, we have the SRUK, yeah, SRUK, and SRUK is different than SRN PPI, because in SRUK we have the two systems. System one is the allowance, and the second is carbon credit. Yeah, and also for the allowance, it's not the certificate. Allowance is only for the account for the permit. It's different from the carbon credit. So, and the others, we have the transparency, we have traceability, and also we have the real-time operation for the SRUK. And the fourth is permanence. And interoperability, yes, we have the interoperability because we want that international certificate can be registered in the SRUK. Not carbon registry, but registered. And decentralized security for the SRUK and efficiency also. And the last, we have the government readiness for embedding clear institutional roles, approval workflow, and audit logs. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, what we are building today is a foundation for the future. One in which forests become economic asset, local communities become central actor, yeah, local communities, and Indonesia emerged as a leading hub for the global carbon trading. Through collaboration between government, the private sector, academia, indigenous people, local communities, and international partners, we can ensure that economic value of the carbon become not only a market instrument, but also a vehicle for sustainability, equity, and shared prosperity. As we move forward, I invite all stakeholders to work together, strengthening high integrity project, expand responsible investment, and build a carbon market ecosystem that truly delivers transformative impact. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ilham, for the keynote highlighting the regulatory framework of the new issuance regulations for carbon economic value. He also did mention that forest is an important economic asset. So we will dig into the strategies to encourage greater both domestic and globally climate finance and investment into FOLU sector, as well as to explore how to maximize the potential transfer of ITMOs between and among the countries. And this forum also serves to build a common understanding regarding Indonesia's carbon market regulatory framework to drive and to improve access to global climate finance. I will call upon the speakers one by one. Please welcome Bapak Lufaldi Ernanda from Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Mr. Andrea, I get it right. Andrea Bonzani, International Policy Director, International Emissions Trading Association, or IETA. IETA. Okay, the first one is right. Okay, and Lorna Ricci, Director of Public Affairs, Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, ICVCM. Jamie Mulligan, Head of Carbon Neutralization Science and Strategy, Amazon. And of course, joining us online, President Director from Musi Hutan Persada Group, Mr. K. Watanabe. And of course, to lead this specific session, we have no one better than Ria Marsudi, CEO for Ferratmos.
All right, thank you very much. How is everyone doing today? Great, of course, because we're going to be talking about something really exciting and really important that is fresh from the oven from the latest presidential regulation that opens Indonesia carbon market. My name is Ria. I am the CEO of Ferratmos, a landscape restoration and blue carbon project developer, and I'm very excited to ask and have a great conversation with the stellar panelists today. We'll be having three main segments of today's session, in which the first one, we will be listening to the opening statements and introduction from the speakers, and then we're going to be deep diving into the conversations of today's topic, and I would love to have you to prepare some questions as we go to the last session. Now, before we start the moderated session, we would like to give the panelists a time to give introduction. I would love to give the first floor to Pak Lufaldi Ernanda. Could you please tell us what about Indonesia's carbon regulation that has just opened up? And please share our thoughts about how to navigate the market today.
Thank you, Ria, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Be with all the leaders, Thank you for also attending the event. So as Ria mentioned in the beginning, and also Pak Ilham already shared to us the new Perpres, the new regulations, it's now in operation. So then what's kind of next? Okay, so we're going to have. But firstly, one of my job to visit Belém is literally to socialize the Perpres. So I want to check whether I do my job properly or not. So I want to check with you guys here in the room. Raise your hand if you are aware that Indonesia has the new Perpres number 110/2025. Not bad, okay, not bad. But I'll do this better, okay? Not bad. But I can see, like, I don't know, maybe only 15% you guys are aware, okay? So me, representative of the task force, apologize with that. So we'll do better in do the socialization, okay? Because we need to make sure the Indonesian, we have just stipulated the very best architect of the carbon market, number 110 and 2025, while all some other important notes already mentioned by Pak Ilham, okay? But please download and read, because it's English version is ready for public, so read it carefully. Because what? Because by the new presidential decree, we are officially open the 100% VCM, okay? Because what? Because from the forestry perspective, we've been waiting for this new Perpres, so then we can activate the carbon market from the forestry sector. And then we understand it's so complex. Yeah, it's very complex. Think about there is a primary market, secondary market, supply, demand, VCM, mandatory, and some people saying we prefer the regulated market. And when it comes to the Article 6 in operation, that's also someone confusing. But again, in addition to that, think about someone who has expertise in the energy sector. Someone like Ria has the mastery on the forestry, but someone maybe in the corner has the mastery of industry. So not everyone have the same perspective on this carbon market. Okay, that's why under the new presidential decree, we literally decentralize the leadership to the line ministries instead of the one single ministries. So next time, if you guys visiting Indonesia and meet the government, if you want to talk with the energy carbon market, go to the Ministry of Energy. If you want to go discussion with the relevant to the forestry sector, go to the Ministry and Forestry sector. You know, if you would like to discuss the next ETS of the Ministry of Industry, go to the Ministry of Industry. So that's pretty much the new concept, because we believe none of us here has the whole mastery of this the cross sector. Yeah. So the decentralization is number one, and the second thing is relevant the challenges that we have. Okay, because to be honest, when it comes to the opening the VCA market from the government perspective, we also have to very careful, because when it comes to the high integrity and quality target, there are a lot of requirements. And by opening this VCM doesn't mean that Indonesia is literally open for our so-called the junk carbon thingy, right? So we have to be very careful. That's why we have all this also leadership to talk more on what are the criteria and what are the perspective, But from government perspective, what we have in view is literally just open the market, and we let the B2B, as a business as usual, they work based on the business as usual. But the thing is, next from now onwards, government will be focusing more on the community-based forest, for example. That's where the government exists to support the social and also indigenous people. Okay, so we have the presidential decree release. We have all the, I would say, the Komra. The committee will be working from now onwards to oversee each of these cross sector in Indonesia. Okay, but the thing is, I believe the spirit of the government is pretty much the same with the investor. So yeah, I confirm that buyers, investor come into the Indonesia, and because we are opening the whole VCM scheme, and then where we are here. But again, the thing is, the high quality and high integrity, because we are aware that the existing projects under Indonesia, I would say it's kind of the transitioning, to the, I would say, the natural quality to the high integrity and high quality carbon.
All right. Can we give a round of applause for Pak Aldi, ladies and gentlemen? So 3 takeaways, so you don't have to read the entire 30 pages, right? Number 1, Indonesia is open for business. Indonesia is open for voluntary carbon market. Number 2, sectoral ministry will be the right person for you to talk to. And number 3 is all about integrity and inclusivity. So that's what it says. Let's go to the second speaker, Andrea. Thank you so much for being here. Could you tell us a little bit about AITA and how's the work at AITA, and where do you think Indonesia is in the global carbon market landscape?
Sure. Thank you, Ria, for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. So AITA is a trade association. We have over 300 companies that are our members. And we've been founded in 1999. And since then, we have promoted all types of carbon markets. So emission trading systems, the voluntary markets, as well as international markets such as Article 6 or the Clean Development Mechanism in the days of the Kyoto Protocol. Within AITA, we also have a special initiative called Business Partnership for Market Implementation, or BPMI. And some of you may be familiar with the World Bank's initiative. It's called the PMI. So we share similar objectives. We want to build capacity in countries that are starting to establish their carbon markets, they're engaging with carbon markets, but we come to this from a business perspective. So we engage with local businesses, as Ria knows very well, but also provide the business perspective to public sector stakeholders. So where we are in international carbon markets and what's the place of Indonesia. It was in the presentation of Ilham. Indonesia has the potential to be a powerhouse, to be a superpower in this new market. The market is still in its early stages. we track all the MOUs and bilateral agreements that are signed between countries, and we recently passed the 100 mark. So there has been more than 100 agreements worldwide being signed, and about 60 countries are involved, give or take. Most of this agreement have not translated into immediate transactions. So there hasn't been too many transactions being executed. I think if my count is correct, we only have 3. 2 involve Switzerland as a buyer with Thailand and Ghana, and 1, the most recent, is between Japan and Thailand again as a seller. So Indonesia is party of some of these bilateral agreements, and I think now, and the times are ripe with the new presidential decree, the work can start to implement the project that then will be authorized and will be the basis for transactions. But also there are 2 other, and this is the 6.2 market, so country-to-country bilateral trades. But there are other market segments that are really important and then provide benefit to Indonesia. There's the voluntary carbon market. I don't want to say too much because I'm sure Lorna will elaborate on that. But there is still some demand in the voluntary market from international companies. And the market has gone through a significant transformation in recent years. Fully agree, Aldi. The low quality credits don't have a market anymore. Now project developers need to focus on high quality or high integrity, as we say. And then I'd like to mention the CORSIA market. This is a market for international aviation. So airlines around the world have obligations to offset part of their emissions with carbon credits from eligible programs. And the first compliant deadline is at the end of January 2028. So it's very, very close. And the market is very undersupplied at the moment. A country that wants to supply into this market does not need to have a partner because the buyers are airlines that will buy credits when they are authorized, when they are eligible for CORSIA. So I think Indonesia has definitely the potential to play a strong role in all these 3 market segments. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, everyone. Can we have a round of applause for Andrea for the optimism? So it is early stage, despite the hundreds of signed documents, but it means that it's the right time for Indonesia as the powerhouse as well. Now, hi Lorna, thank you for being with us today. Could you share us a little bit about the ICVCM and tell us where is Indonesia and how we can also use ICVCMs to help build confidence for good integrity carbon?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here to be on this panel. So those of you who aren't familiar with the work of the Integrity Council, we are an independent governance body for this. We have a continuous improvement work program, which focuses on looking at what the barriers are in the market to scale and how we can support the market to scale and unlock that. This is ensuring that our framework remains relevant to the latest. Available science and knowledge and best practice. But also we provide recommendations for the market more broadly. So it's not just about how we can adapt our assessment framework, but how the market can take forward some of our recommendations. So recently, for example, we published a report on permanence. This is a hot topic at the moment, particularly around forestry projects. And that work has fed into a lot of the work and conversations that are happening here today and this week through Article 6 as well. Alongside that, we work with various different countries. One of our goals is to see an interconnected and locally relevant carbon market. Sorry, whoever's controlling the slide, do you mind moving on one? So this is a very packed slide, so I don't expect you to read it all. But we've been working very closely with governments, and I think this is the key bit for Indonesia and the credibility is making sure that governments recognise the core carbon principles and are embedding them into their regulation. So as you can see, there are a lot of countries. Countries representing about a third of global demand have now endorsed or have set the intention to endorse ICVCM and the core carbon principles. So there's very clear demand signal. And we've also seen in the last week the Coalition to Grow Carbon Markets was launched with Kenya, UK, and Singapore, and they have also endorsed. So I think one of the
regulators to integrate that in the policy. Now let's talk about the demand side. I would like to introduce Mr. Jamie Mulligan. Hi, Jamie. Could you tell us a little bit about what you do at Amazon? Where does carbon credits take part? And can you give us also a little bit of teasers about the different programs that you do to find and have better quality credits?
Great. Thank you, Ria. Thank you for having me here. Nice to see you all. Amazon has a net zero commitment, a 2040 net zero commitment called the Climate Pledge. We co-founded in 2019. And our first priority under that commitment is to decarbonize our own emissions across our value chain, across all three scopes of our businesses, which covers a wide range of sectors. They align with the science, so need to be driving mitigation outside of our value chain. And by 2040, we need to be balancing all of our remaining emissions with high quality carbon credits. And so that's my role, is to, from Amazon, steer our engagement in the carbon market, which is the vehicle for companies to drive scaled mitigation using market-based mechanisms. A few kind of attributes of the way we out carbon removal to balance all remaining emissions. So that's a priority for us. We can't wait to get that off the ground because it's going to take many decades to scale from where we are today to many. We also feel that we have an obligation to help support some of the major decarbonization imperatives that are right in front of us. And for us, the top priority is in forests. If you look at the IPCC pathways, essentially every pathway has a common feature, and that is global forest cover stops declining around 2030 and then begins to rebound over the remainder of the century. That is a harrowing imperative, and we felt sort of overcome with a sense of obligation to participate in that. So Amazon co-founded the LEAF Coalition, which is a public-private coalition to pledge financial support to jurisdictions that reduce deforestation, all three scopes. And by the time we get to 2040, most of our remaining emissions we expect will be in our scope 3, our suppliers' emissions. And so we're supporting them in a number of ways to help them to reduce the carbon in their own businesses. But they, like we, will also need to figure out how to participate in the carbon market in a high integrity way, in an impactful way. And the carbon market is fraught. It is difficult to navigate. It is complex. It is retooling. It is in the process of transformation. And so we don't want to distract our suppliers from focusing on buying renewable energy and shifting materials and improving efficiency and so on. And so we've created a service that lives on what we call the Sustainability Exchange that allows our suppliers simply to purchase credits from Amazon's portfolio so that they don't have to build their own internal teams to figure out how to navigate the market. So that's allows us then to focus this sort of combined demand from Amazon and our suppliers on some of the most impactful initiatives that we see, which hopefully will touch base in Indonesia in a significant way.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jamie. Can we have a round of applause for Jamie and all the efforts at Amazon? You really need to be one of the signatories of the UNFCCC agreement, I was saying, because your commitment is also very, very strong. Now, if we can go and invite the speaker who's joining us online, which is Mr. Kei Watanabe from the Musi Persada Group. You know, as you can see, all the panelists here represents all the different dimensions of carbon market, as we have regulators, we have market enablers, we have buyers and demand, and of course, we are joined online with Mr. Kei Watanabe, who would be representing the supply side as well. I know it is a bit of an odd hour in Indonesia. I am sure that we will get the connection soon.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mr. Kei Watanabe. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Yes,
Hi.
Clearly.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. If you, yeah, could you please introduce a little bit about the work that you do and how could that be a great contribution towards the new and up and coming open market of Indonesia, striving for high quality integrated credits? Please go ahead, Mr. K.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Natalia, again. Good morning in Brazil and selamat malam from Indonesia. And terhormat Bapak Ilham, esteemed speakers, all distinguished guests and participants, thank you so much. I'm Kei Watanabe, President Director of PT Musiftan Persada. It is truly an honor to join the session after participating in COP28 Dubai and COP30 this time. Today, as a forestry company, I'd like to share a somewhat different kind of story with you all. Next, please. We have developed plantation forests since 1991 on degraded land impacted by past unsustainable activities. Our concession covers 287,000 hectares, surrounded by 30 villages with more than 74,000 people, many still relying on traditional agriculture. This creates pressure on forests, leading to risks such as fire, illegal logging, land occupation, and wildlife poaching. Then our mission focuses on 3 points. First, reforesting unproductive areas. Second, restoring the environment and biodiversity. And third, improving community welfare. These missions directly address the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, aligning our work with global climate goals. Next, please. We implement landscape zoning, 15% preservation area to protect biodiversity and carbon-rich ecosystems, and over 20% partnership area managed with communities, and a 55% production area. This enables multi-business forest management, timber production, non-timber development, and forest restoration to increase carbon capture. Next, please. We enhance carbon capture through superior clone seedlings, enhance silvicultural techniques to reduce environmental impact, and organic mulch soil enrichment. We continue research for higher productivity clones. Starting 2026, we will reforest 25,000 hectares with native species that will not be harvested. Next, please. Our preservation area covers 43,000 hectares, home to hundreds of plant species and wildlife species, including 6 critically endangered like Sumatran elephant, and 11 endangered Sumatran tiger, tapir, pangolin, or something. We continue effort to remain healthy for communities and wildlife as forestry company. Next, please. Our area in Bunakat Forest Group is one of only 22 remaining Sumatran elephant habitats. We enhance habitats through food plant enrichment, water reservoirs, salt licks, and community collaboration. Today, for elephant groups, 65 individuals live safely within our concession. Next, please. Regarding to the community collaboration, we implement 3 schemes to reduce land pressure. First, Forest Partnership Scheme. Second, MHBM scheme in our production area. And third, MHR scheme that will be transitioned into a concession partnership scheme. Total community benefits amounted to more than 100 billion Indonesian rupiah, equivalent to more than $6 million. These kind of partnerships reduce deforestation risk and support carbon outcomes. Next, please. As forestry company, of course, effective fire control is crucial to protecting carbon stocks. We continue efforts for fire prevention all year round, as shown on this page. Our performance has been repeatedly recognized by the states, including the latest awards last week on 11th November. Next, please. In line with stronger momentum of decarbonization all over the globe, we are preparing more than 270,000 hectare carbon project That includes reforestation and avoiding deforestation, degradation, and agroforestry partnerships. Estimated impact would be almost 1 million CO2 ton of verified carbon units per year over 10 years, supporting Indonesia's NDC commitments. And regarding to biomass species, if we can switch the biomass tree species that we are growing together with the communities to fossil fuel alternatives, the CO2 emissions should become neutral. If we could implement CCS with this biomass-derived CO2, we might be able to further advance BECCS in Indonesia. We look forward to governmental support as well. Aside from our direct activity, we are not directly involved though. I have heard that our shareholder, Marubeni Corporation, has been conducting feasibility studies together with Pertamina. I understand the project is still ongoing, in progress, but I hope this kind of biomass-related decarbonization will proceed successfully. Next, please. Thank you for your kind attention to our brief presentation. We are a group member of Marubeni Corporation, who has been exploring series of carbon projects like CCS and other ARR projects around the world. So leveraging its relationship asset with them, we MHP also pursue for carbon capture, climate mitigation, and sustainable development in alignment with the Indonesian government and international circumstances. Thank you again, and I'm closing my presentation. Thanks.
All right, can we have a round of applause for Mr. Kei Watanabe for the presentation? And as you can see, it's one of the example of an integrated approach for decarbonization for forestry company, and which we can find more as an example in Indonesia. Now, let's go to the moderated panel questions, where the first theme that we're going to talk about is what's next and where is the lay of the land. Let's start with you, Pa Aldi. You know, in terms of regulation, the market has been waiting for this moment, right? It has been more than 3 years in the making. When are we going to see the first trade of voluntary carbon market credits in Indonesia? What needs to happen and when? Here.
All right, thank you. You didn't brief this question before to me. Different audience. So thank you for such a very brilliant question. So we expect, I don't know, I'm seeing Jamie because we've talked a lot with this, you know, I would say the excess credit, yeah, for example. Let's do hopefully within the next, 2 to 3 months, we're gonna have the first credit, So we to be honest, I mean, as a representative of the task force, we've been talking with the whole, the buyers, investors, globally, and then we have shared our the government of Indonesian interest, to build this carbon market all together with the private, And then the thing is, when it comes to the high integrity and quality carbon, like I would say, the 100% of the investors are very interested in doing this in carbon, especially with the Amazon, because we were kind of surprised when we start talking with the, how do we, can we do this all together, with the private and also government provide the clear and also regulations, to the market. So expectation to hopefully within the next 2 to 3 months. But one more thing, it's we're not only talking with the short term. So we've been talking with all investors for the short term, mid-term, as well as the long-term strategy. For example, I'm not trying to over-promising to the public that we also talk with the next 30, 60, 100 years of the replanting, the removal. It's gonna be, it's gonna be very great for Indonesia because we have huge potential of the open area. And then I believe that ICPC, AMIATA, and also Amazon, we are all agree that's one of the priority that the Indonesian government have to be very focused. And the other thing is the community and also indigenous people, because again, as the Indonesian government will let the B2B work as the business as usual. But we are here as the government. We have to be very focused on the community, you know. And then also we talked a lot with the Jamie before today's event that we're going to have a very very great project upcoming in Indonesia. Think about, guys, think about at the moment, think about like a lot of farmers in Indonesia. They want to also be part of the carbon market, but they need like a fund from the carbon fund, you know. But the thing is, we used to have the carbon fund directly goes to the market, like to the community, to the government. But what we are discussing as of today, from now onwards, will also be putting this carbon fund as the whole collateral. Think about, we put the carbon fund on the collateral, so then the national bank and also the local bank can also be part, you know, on doing the investment as the carbon fund, as the collateral, not directly this carbon fund goes directly to the market. So something like that. So it's going to be fun. Indonesia is going to be, I would say, the most bigger, you know, player in the high integrity, high quality carbon, you know, from the forestry. One more thing, example. Think about community living in the near forest, you know, but they want to build the micro hydroelectric, for example. Bank cannot invest the money because there is no such of collateral, right? So this new concept will allow the national and also local bank to be part of the whole carbon market. So we put the carbon market fund into the collateral, and then local bank play their roles on doing the investment. And then we'll also be educate the farmers or the local and social community to do the business with the local bank, you know. So that's something that's going to be fun that we're going to have in Indonesia. So if you're asking what's next, that's going to be fun. Thank you.
It's going to be fine. It's great to hear, Pa Aldi. And what I'm hearing is all the infrastructure regarding like what Pa Ilham was mentioning about stroke and the other regulations and also the access to capital is progressing. So then the idea is to have everything in place, hopefully 2 months, 3 months time to make it happen. Now, Andrea, you have seen it different markets before, right? And you have been supporting different markets, economies in setting up their carbon system, right? Now the question for you, what would be the one piece of advice for Indonesia, both for regulators, players, anyone, to avoid early stage pitfalls so that we can have a long-term market that is sustainable?
Okay, if I may, 2 pieces of advice. So I'll summarize with 2 words: stability and interoperability. So stability is simple. We need clear rules that are certain, that allow investors, developers to plan over time. These are projects that take several years to come to fruition, from the planning stage to when the credits are finally issued and sold. And the uncertainty around changes in the regulatory framework is something that sometimes turns potentially good projects into projects that don't go ahead. So I think now we have this new presidential regulation. We have a clear responsibility, clear responsibilities allocated with the sectoral ministries. My piece of advice would be not to change again. So that's one. The second, interoperability. I think it's important for market players to have options, to have optionalities. And when they start a project, they can develop projects for to sell to a foreign country under Article 6, to sell on the voluntary market, to sell to airlines under CORSIA, or even domestically to domestic players. And if the market is not based on interoperable standards, you force developers and investors to pick one market segment from the early stages, and that eventually reduces the value of the projects. So it's kind of limiting the value that can be generated with any given project. So I mean, previously there was a national standards. There has been a lot of work on mutual recognition agreements. There was a lot of friction in the system. I think now recognizing a series of standards that are interoperable across markets, that are recognized by international players, I think it's what will really help the market grow faster.
Thank you so much, Andrea. I guess the question and your point about interoperability is very key because it's also becoming the bridge for integrity, right? Because it's difficult if we talk about different languages and different methodologies. Now, when we talk also about integrity, right? I think I would love to start with Jamie here. How are you seeing, what are the challenges in finding high integrity credits? And I think you have also your initiative in making sure that there is high integrity credits. What are they? Could you tell us a little bit about the genesis and where is the market right now in terms of integrity?
So over the last, I would say, well, a few years ago, I think there has been increased attention on quality in the carbon market, on the rigor of the methodologies that are used to create carbon credits, and I think an increased understanding that that sort of 1.0 version of the carbon market needs to continue to advance and to retool to really enable folks to trust that the credits coming to market really represent what they claim to. That's been difficult for the market. You have a sort of a number of legacy players in the market that had invested in building projects, and the market was just sort of really starting to get off the ground, and then some sort of realizations about some quality improvements that were needed. I have to say I really welcome that raised awareness. When we started about 6 years ago, we decided that we need to be able to think for ourselves, and we need to be able to trust ourselves that the way that we're investing our money is creating this kind of impact. So we have our own science team within Amazon that thinks about carbon accounting, and whenever we decide to move into a project type, we start with a science assessment. We say, how would we do impact evaluation in this kind of intervention? And how does that line up with the way that the existing methodologies work? And where there are gaps, how do we close those gaps? Can we work with the carbon standards to improve their methodologies? In the case of restoration, for example, we worked with Verra both to advance their VM47 methodology for reforestation, but also create what's called the Abacus label, which has a number of additional requirements that sort of bolt on top of that methodology to really be sort of best in class. What's important for us is, especially in projects like reforestation, it's capital intensive, right? You need a lot of money up front to do high quality restoration, and the payback period is long. And so in order to get those projects financed, you need a credit-worthy buyer who will sign a long-term offtake agreement, like 15 years, that says every year when this project generates credits, we promise to buy it, and that's what allows the bank to say, okay, we'll finance that. That puts the risk on the buyer that the standard that we agree to when we sign the offtake agreement will still be best in class, market leading from a quality standpoint, not just next year, but in 15 years from now. And so we really have to future-proof our standards. We spend a lot of time on the front end thinking about the quality of the credit. But I'll add, I think there's been a lot of attention on the quality of the credit, on the carbon accounting that goes into the credits, and that's absolutely necessary. But sometimes I think we lose sight of the quality of the solution. And there are lots of interventions you can do and create a high quality credit, and yet you have sort of an isolated impact on the world. And I've got limited time on this planet, and I really view carbon credits not as an end in itself, but a tool for catalysts, for catalyzing the kinds of systems changes that we need to really solve the climate crisis. And from the kind of business standpoint as well, I always have to marry up the impact I want to have in the world and the strategy I want to take with the business case for it. From a business standpoint, we need to have large-scale kind of availability of high-quality credits. And if we're having little isolated interventions that aren't snowballing, that don't have the prospect of snowballing, we're not going to get the kind of scale that we need either in the supply, just the supply of credits. So we always obsess about. I like to say my science team spends their day hours obsessing about the quality of the credit, and we lose sleep at night thinking about the quality of the solution. And so, rather than sort of, buying farms, for example, and reforesting them, I want to start with the government and develop a coherent theory of change and a strategy for unlocking large-scale restoration across the landscape, and how we can serve as a sort of an anchor buyer to bring in the finance to kickstart that kind of systems-level intervention.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I think it's very important. Maybe to Lorna, and still the topic of integrity, right? How are you seeing this? Like what Jamie's saying, like everyone has more and more scrutiny about quality integrity. Do you think the definition of integrity in a way is going to converge to one, or going to be more standards, more diverse definition of it? What's your take on it?
I think we can see already in the market that there's a convergence in standards, and I completely agree with what Andrea is saying. Like, you cannot, setting specific methodologies for a specific project is just not the way to scale the market. You need project developers to know that they can sell to a broad range of markets, not just voluntary, but also compliance. And one of the things that we're doing at ICVCM is ensuring that, and like I mentioned, the permanence report earlier feeding into the Article 6 process, we also are following the Article 6 process closely. We align with the standards set out in Article 6. And so countries can use CCP labelled credits, and some are starting to do that for their 6.2 cooperative approaches, as well as it being used for the voluntary market. And of course, we're CORSIA Plus as well, so it can also be used for CORSIA. And that's definitely the direction that we see the market going in, and I think that's the only way that it will really scale. And I think what's really important as well is that it's globally connected, but also that it's locally relevant. And one of the key things for us is, so we've now approved nearly 40 methodologies, and this means that different countries can use methodologies that are relevant to them and are best suited for their context, but they still meet that high integrity threshold.
Yeah, no, thanks, Lorna. I think that's one I want on to have a quick deep dive for the two of you regarding the definition of integrity, right? Specific countries, tropical countries such as Indonesia, have enormous landscape, for example, talking about peatlands that may have not been represented enough in these high quality credits that have been labeled, right? So do you think there is a need to actually look into more region-specific methodology to really, translate integrity to what the local qualities are?
I can take a first stab at that. Of course, everything needs to be adapted to the local context. The opportunities, the mitigation opportunities are different. The local kind of the customs, the way that the communities interact with the land, the drivers of deforestation, these are all different. So the solution needs to be tailored to the context. But I will say there are some commonalities that we see. We have a global portfolio, and we think about deforestation and reforestation in places as diverse as Brazil and Ghana and Indonesia. Very different drivers of deforestation, very different regulatory and legal contexts, different social contexts. But at the same time, we consistently come back to the same kind of point of view, which is that you really need to have, on the deforestation side especially, you really need to have robust public sector mechanisms. You need to have good governance, good protections for the forest, good enforcement of those protections. You need to have recognition of indigenous rights. You need to have good agricultural sector planning. And you have to have on-the-ground work with communities. And we need to marry these two kinds of approaches. And so that sort of consistently led us to a sort of a nested jurisdictional approach where we're providing resources through a government program that supports the implementation of those public sector mechanisms, but in a framework that also allows project developers and local communities themselves to develop their own interventions that are tailored to their sort of micro context at the very local scale and plug into that a consistent governance framework. And so I think that's the future, and looking forward to the development of that within this new framework in Indonesia.
Do you want to add anything, Lorna? Okay.
I think I'd just like to emphasize the point you're making about local communities. For us, that's really important. When we're thinking about integrity, it's about not just the ensuring that the credit represents a verified reduction and removal, but also that it supports sustainable development and the protection of nature. And one of the things that we've been doing is we've established an independent forum for Indigenous people and local communities. And they just this week launched their platform to help Indigenous people and local communities to engage in carbon markets and really hear their voice in this process.
Thank you so much, Lorna. We've heard about where we need to be in terms of what's ideal in terms of integrity. Let's talk about where are the gaps. How can we get there? Do we still have Mr. K. Watanabe on the line? Is Mr. Watanabe still with us? Thank you for still sticking around with us. So could you share us from your perspective as one of the project owners, what are the challenges to implement and strive for these high quality and high integrity credits to be generated, please?
Okay, thank you for asking. One of the biggest challenge is the relationship with the local community, I guess. And the high integrity carbon performance can only be achieved when mitigation actions run effectively. MRV is conducted using systematic, transparent, and credible methods, and the project activities genuinely involve local communities who in turn receive benefits that improve their welfare. As explained in my presentation as well, within and around the borders of our concession area, there are 30 villages with a total population 74,000 people. Our greatest challenge is how to educate and engage in both these communities so that they become part of this carbon capture project and refrain from clearing and burning forests for agricultural land conversion. Therefore, partnering with local communities is very essential. We have developed two voluntary partnership schemes, namely, like I said, MHBM, MHR, as well as one mandatory partnership scheme. Convincing community is certainly not so easy, but over the past 4 years, we have reached and signed cooperation agreements with more than 100 farmer groups, almost 9,000 hectares. Although this is still far from our target, we continue to move forward, of course, with more innovative approaches. We also appreciate full support from the government to help engage the communities that we are going to strive together with local people for decarbonized world. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. K. Watanabe. Before asking Pa Aldi what could the government do, just one last question on gaps, please, Andrea, in terms of where Indonesia is, where we need to be, what are the other gaps you think?
Well, I think it's at this stage it's more important to move on and get things done. I say a gap is probably a tangible proof that the market can work, that credits can be exported. I think we're very close to that in the voluntary market. It's only some technical, some time that's needed to finalize some steps. But also I think where the market is heading and where the higher prices will be is those are in those market segments with corresponding adjustments. So I think the Indonesian government has always been open to providing corresponding adjustments, but now I think we need to see how that will be applied, and that will definitely catalyze a lot more activities and investment.
Thank you, Andrea. And hold your thoughts about the compliance and international market. Pa Aldi, I have a very tough question for you. So how can the government help, or what do you think is needed to help these projects owners to overcome these gaps and challenges?
The project owner?
Or anything,
any relevant. That's another good question. So think about, we've been part of this carbon market since, 20 years back, right? So we did a very good job when it comes to the early 2000, yeah. And then somehow, for some reasons, we've been quiet for the last 10 years, yeah. Now the government is kind of opening the whole market, the VCM, the Article 6, so with the CA, with no CA, so we're kind of very open with all the options, yeah. But the thing is, you're right. I mean, we've been part of this ecosystem since long time ago, and now we are kind of, doing this path in terms of continuing this path. You are going to head into heading into the high integrity and high quality carbon market, which is the first thing we have to do from the government perspective. We have to also educate ourselves. That's why we have the ICVCM. We did, signing MOU with the ICVCM. To be honest, first thing that ICVCMs have to be educate the government what are the high integrity, high quality, carbon, and that's why ICVCM is also here. After the government, we also have to educate the whole stakeholders, the project proponent and project owners, and also the buyers and investors. And when it comes to buyers and investors, we believe that they are already on there, in terms of the perspective of this high quality, high integrity. So, but next step is the convincing the project owners and project proponent in Indonesia, because the government is opening the gate, but we are going to do the high integrity, high quality. So we believe, we've talked with the Vera, the ERS, the R3s, all the Plan FIFO gold standard, that we've talked with them, and then we consistently shared to them that, look, the government is opening the VCM, but we are going to have the high quality and high integrity approach. So those, I think, going to be closing the gaps. And then when it comes to everyone agree on what's the next steps, I think, again, Indonesia going to be the one of numero uno, of the global carbon market and the high integrity, high quality carbon.
Thank you so much, Pa Aldi. And I think that maybe closes in a way our discussion on voluntary carbon market. Let's now talk about the other market, which is the compliance market. Let's start with you, Andrea. Can you give us a sense how the compliance market is shaping up? What is the outlook today, and what does it take for Indonesia to actually also contribute there?
Yeah, as I said, this is where growth is expected and where prices will most likely be significantly higher than in the VCM. I believe there will always be some voluntary demand from corporates for credits without a corresponding adjustment, but I think the correspondingly adjusted market segment is quite important. Just to give you a few figures for a sense of proportion, the largest buyer at the moment is Japan. They have a target for 100 million tons by 2030, and they're going to double that in the next decade, from 2030 to 2040. And another key development is a policy change in the European Union. They have always focused on domestic action. All the climate targets were domestic only. They have been domestic for some years. But now in the 2040 targets, they announced that it will purchase a significant amount from 2036 onward, and with a pilot program starting in 2031. There's still debate around the figures, but from what I hear, they go from 400 to 750 million tons in the 5 years from 2036 to 2040. So, and it takes time to generate this amount of credit. It takes time for a government to provide the corresponding adjustment. So I think there's a lot of work to focus on, and for Indonesia to be prepared as a seller, to know what they want to sell, what's beneficial for Indonesia to sell, and yeah, so we're very excited about what's coming forward.
Very exciting. And just in the topic about, compliance market and international markets, right? Is there any possibility of linkages between the ETS market, or I just want to see whether, there is a room for Indonesia not only to think about voluntary carbon market, but also its own ETS, right, which is currently ongoing. Is there a possibility to link, what will be the options or scenarios to link between domestic ETS markets towards the international ones?
Certainly something that can be explored. It is technically very complicated, and a linkage makes sense if the two systems are relatively close to each other. So the only linkage we have now, well, no, there are two. There's one between the EU ETS and the Swiss ETS, and then there's a linkage between the ETS of California and the ETS of Quebec. So as you can see, these are relatively similar economy that had a relatively similar emission trading system to start with. For Indonesia, I think I see potential in linking with some of its regional neighbors that are starting to develop their own ETS, to create links between the high price markets such as the EU ETS and Indonesia. I think transactions under Article 6 are what holds the most potential.
That's amazing. But the more challenging it is, the more worth it is. So all the best to you all, regulators. As you mentioned, Mr. Andrea, Japan is also the largest buyer, right? 100 million tons by 2030. Maybe can we get your view, Mr. Watanabe, right? As a company who is also having partnership with Japanese entities in Indonesia, what are the opportunities and challenges to implement the mutual recognition agreement between Japan and Indonesia in the conversation of carbon credits? Over to you, Mr. Watanabe.
Yeah. Thank you. As a Japanese-owned company operating in Indonesia, we are PDMHP. This MRA is highly positive, actually. The expansion of potential buyers and the export destinations for our credits enables us to move forward with carbon projects more proactively and vigorously. Moreover, the fact that this scheme contributes to both Indonesia's and Japan's LDC's market is highly meaningful. We will await clear operational guidelines, particularly regarding the scheme aspects such as corresponding adjustments. And we will proceed with preparations such as developing the DRAM, and establishing the MRV methodology for SRM system registration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Watanabe-san. Now, I think let's also now talk about, the crossover between voluntary carbon markets and also the compliance market. Maybe Jamie, over to you. What is your view on the existence and long-lastingness of voluntary carbon markets? Do we have a date? And what may affect Amazon's commitment?
I think the voluntary carbon market is here to stay. When I started about 6 years ago, I think there was people in the kind of nature-based solutions and climate space sort of viewed the voluntary carbon market as kind of a temporary stopgap, kind of a stepping stone. And I mean, it was created really just to sort of channel more money from companies to do good things. And it's done that, it's been doing that. But I think with the sort of wave of net zero commitments from companies, I mean, my company is very serious about this commitment, and I don't think there's anything that would put us off. We had the opportunity to purchase the naming rights for a hockey arena in Seattle, and it's not the Amazon Arena, it's the Climate Pledge Arena. And so it's actually on the skyline of our city now, is our climate commitment. So we went through we call it a one-way door at Amazon. There's no going back. We went through a one-way door on this commitment. Most of what I do in the carbon market is principally about voluntary purchasing for a voluntary commitment. That voluntary is probably the wrong word. I mean, it's not optional, but we do expect that some portions of our footprint will become subject to compliance regimes, and that's in my view, that's positive. And so for the same reasons that we want to make sure that the standards that we're using are high quality, so that we continue to feel good about what we're doing and build trust with our stakeholders, that should also make sure that those standards should line up with rigorous compliance requirements when those come into place. So we should be well positioned, because we're not starting on the heels of our feet. When a new compliance obligation comes along, we have a portfolio, we're investing, we know how to do it, we know how to navigate the standards and so on.
Thank you so much, Jamie. It is here to stay. That's great. And now maybe for Lorna, to further evangelize integrity, right? How can standards like those approved by ISO VCM coexist or integrate with these government-to-government Article 6 systems?
I think, as I said earlier, but I think we are seeing an increasing convergence. I agree. I don't think the voluntary market is going to completely disappear, but I think particularly around the integrity threshold and the standards, we're definitely seeing a convergence where I think a lot of market participants on the voluntary side are recognizing the benefits of aligning with Article 6, with ICVCM, because they know that they can tap into, CORSIA, the demand, and it's 100 million for next year, but then it gets into the billions, I think, by 2030. So it's a huge source of demand from the compliance side of the market. And I think a lot of project developers and market participants want to be able to tap into that. And I think we see our role as a kind of bridging between voluntary and compliance standards.
Thank you so much, Lorna. So that is the end of the moderated session. I do have one last surprise question for everyone, which will be your also closing statements. But before that, I think we would love to open the floor for questions. Maybe if we're lucky, we could entertain 1 or 2 questions. It's 0 minutes now, but I think just 1 questions. Okay, 1 quick question and then 1 closing statements.
Hello. Hi. Mark Tilley here from Carbon Pulse. Lufali, and Andrea, do you have any perception of how this new protocol that's been adopted by Indonesia on carbon trading has been accepted by the legacy carbon developers who are already existing? Because they've been waiting for several years now to be able to have new credits issued to be able to generate new credits and sell them. Is there any indication that from them, do you think that this is going to help expedite that process? Thank you.
Yeah, go straight to the question. It's a very good question. So next step, so you have to wait for the Ministry Regulation number 7, yeah, Pak Ilham. So Ministry Forestry will stipulate the upcoming number 7. So it's supposedly going to be very soon because the top leadership has, been very, pushing us, working so hard to get these things done. So we do hopefully sometime in the next 3 to 4 weeks, we're going to stipulate that. But then don't have to worry so much because the whole approval, the whole steps are very clear under the Ministry of number 7. One thing that you have to make sure is the approval just right before the issuance. All right. So in the case that you have gone through all the process until the MRV and done the verification, but just right before the issuance, you need to go to the Ministry of Forestry and asking the approval. That's it. And then again, the new Perpres showing the commitment of Indonesian government to really open the VCM, But then just to make sure that the high quality and high integrity, that's why we keep some other bureaucracy steps to be there, just to make sure, to make sure the check and balance, yeah. Because we're going to open, but then the Ministry of Forestry will be the responsible person who oversees the whole from the forestry sector. Yeah, hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Pak Alden. Let's wait for the new permanent regulation. And to close this session, last closing statements from everyone. What do you hope for Indonesia to have achieved by the end of COP31 next year? Any volunteers who's ready? Otherwise, let's start with Jamie.
My hope is that by COP31, we're up here talking about the real investments on the ground, real money flowing, real people benefiting, and under initiatives with a significant scale of ambition and strong governance.
Right, Lorna?
Tough question. I'm an ex-policy person, so I'm going to be on the policy side, but I think all the work that's gone into the presidential regulation is really impressive, and the governance system that's set up there. But I think it's the actual implementation of that and how governments, the different departments work together and working with the Indonesian government as well to support alignment with the core carbon principles. Hopefully next COP will have significant progress on that.
Yeah, well, COP31 is around the corner. 12 months is a very short time. I would say I would hope to see some CORSIA eligible credits from Indonesia. As I said, this is the first compliant deadline that we have in carbon markets, and I think it's important that this market is well supplied, and there are opportunities for Indonesia as well.
And before Pak Aldi, Pak Kei Watanabe, would you like to share your hope?
Okay, so yeah, in my opinion, the key point is how to secure the investment for more higher integrity carbon credit. So we'd love to show more specific progress projects maybe in next COP31. Thank you.
Thank you. And to close all the hope, over to you, Pak Aldi.
It's 0 minutes we have, so think about government is trying to be very inclusive, okay, in this process. So we engage with all the relevant stakeholders since the beginning. Before the Perpres we stipulated, we engage with all the relevant stakeholders, and then expectation is quite high. Yeah, the only thing we can do is just let's do it. That's it.
All right, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause for this amazing panel to close our session today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Ria, for firing the panel with pressing questions and entertain all of us. Thank you to all speakers. You've done what we could have asked for from you, okay? This is the second session of the day. We still have 3 more to go, so please stay around and enjoy your time in our pavilion. Thank you.
Sustainability is
Richard. Okay, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion, and let's talk about waste again. This is the second day we talk about waste, but this time in particular is hazardous waste, which consists of, we know, dangerous material that might posture a significant threat for human well-being, human health, and as well as for the environment when inadequately treated. Okay, so it becomes very, very important to have a stringent regulations governing the management of hazardous waste for the safety of our people and the environment protection. And before we delve into the discussion, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker. She is the Acting Deputy of Hazardous Waste and Hazardous Substances Management from the Ministry of Environment, Ibu Hanifah Dwi Nirwana, who's going to deliver her keynote through a pre-recorded video as follows.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, and colleagues, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to the Indonesian Pavilion at the third conference of parties to the UNFCCC COP30 in Belém, Brazil. It is a great honor to open this session. Indonesia has demonstrated a commitment to addressing climate change through its nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. And its first NDC submitted in 2016, Indonesia pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 29% through domestic effort and up to 41% with international support by the year 2030. This ambitious target was further reinforced in the enhanced NDC 2022, which raised the emission reduction goals to 31.89% unconditionally and 43.2% conditionally, reflecting Indonesia's growing determination to align national development with global climate ambition. Emission reduction efforts are focused on 5 key sectors: forestry, energy, waste, agriculture, and industrial processes, with the energy sector expected to play a particularly significant role through the transition toward renewable energy, increased efficiency, and adoption of low-carbon technologies. In parallel, Indonesia is now in process of preparing its second NDC 2031 until 2035, which will adopt 2019 as reference year and maintain the principle of no backsliding, ensuring the future commitment will only become stronger and more ambitious. Indonesia remains firmly committed to achieving a net zero emission target by 2060 or sooner, as part of its ongoing contribution to the UNFCCC process and active participation in successive conference of the parties. To further strengthen this commitment at the national level, Indonesia organized the festival like environment, climate, forestry, and new renewable energy, firstly at 2023 and second at 2024. This festival serves as a dynamic platform to showcase innovation, technology, and best practices in sustainable environmental management and clean energy transition. It brings together a diverse range of the stakeholders, government, institutions, industries, academia, civil society, and youth to share knowledge, build partnership, and inspire action toward a resilient, inclusive, and low-carbon future. Today's session, organized by Ministry of Environmental Protection Agency Republic of Indonesia, to explore leveraging technology for climate impact to minimize emissions, improve environmental efficiency, and enhance resilience to climate change across sectors. Our speaker from the IPP group, PT Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper, PT Petrokimia Gresik, Hayo Indonesia, and Harita Nickel will present their experiences for utilization of hazardous waste as part of Indonesia's technological and policy approach to achieving emission reduction target. By viewing hazardous waste as a potential asset rather than a burden, we create opportunities for emission reduction, economic growth, and sustainable industrial development. Hazardous waste utilization has created significant economic opportunities. For example, the reuse of waste as raw material, substitution for raw material and energy source contribute to good industrial efficiency, waste reduction, and ensuring that circular economy practices contributed directly to Indonesia's energy target and climate resilience. As we begin this discussion, we look forward to continued collaboration and knowledge enhanced with a partner here today as we work together toward a cleaner, safer, and more sustainable future. On behalf of the Indonesia Pavilion, I would like to express appreciation to speaker and participants for contributing to this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the keynote from the Acting Deputy of Waste MOE, Ministry of Environment Indonesia. So we talk about waste management. When leveraging technology in sustainable hazardous waste management, it's not only could lower the environmental risk, but at the same time also leads to cost-efficient for the business. So the business asks only two things. One is maximize profit and the other one is cost efficient. So let's get on to it. We will explore what are the innovative technologies for an efficient hazardous waste management and what are the key challenges faced by the industry when they adopt these low carbon technologies. I will call upon all the panel. She is the External Relations Deputy Director April Group, Ibu Rita Alim. Sustainability Head PT Pabrik Kertas Ciwi Kimia Tbk APP Group, Ibu Tian Johanna, who's joining online. Vice President Environment Department Petrokimia Gresik, Bapak Bagus Saputra. Director of Public Affairs Huayo Indonesia, Bapak Stefanus. And Vice President HSE Department Harita Nickel, Bapak Aladin Sianipar. And to lead the session, please welcome the Coordinator for Export and Import Waste and International Cooperation from MOE, Ibu Amelia Rahmatunisa.
Thank you very much, Mona. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today event with the theme of leveraging technology through waste utilization for climate impact. So, due to the short of time, so I invite the first speaker, Ms. Rita Alim. She is the External Relations Deputy Director April Group, which will deliver her presentation about April leveraging technology waste to value initiative for the climate impact. For Ms. Rita Alim, please proceed. Thank you.
Hello, test. Hello. Boa tarde. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. My name is Rita Alim. I'm an External Relations Deputy Director of Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper, member of the April Group. In this session, I'd like to share how a private company such as April can contribute to the Indonesian government's effort in reducing the greenhouse gas emission through the utilization of industrial waste. Next. Next. Before we get started, I'd like to share a quick introduction to April's business in Indonesia. Let's take a look of this quick video. Next, please. April Group. April Group is one of the world's largest and most technologically advanced producers of sustainable fiber, pulp, and paper products. As a vertically integrated company, we manage every stage of production, from plantation management to the delivery of finished goods, ensuring efficiency, quality, and sustainability throughout our value chain. We manage over 1 million hectares of forestry concession under license from the Indonesian government, which comprises of acacia and eucalyptus plantation, as well as conservation and restoration zones that protects areas of high conservation values and importance to the local ecosystem. Our mill is located in Riau Province, Indonesia, supported by offices in Jakarta and Singapore. Our products that are used by millions of people every day, from packaging, magazine, and books. Our flagship brand, which is Paper One, is sold in more than 100 countries worldwide. Now let's talk about April 2030. April 2030 is our commitment to deliver positive impacts on climate, nature, and people, while growing our business sustainably. We launched this transformation strategy 5 years ago in 2020. It is built around 4 pillars. As you can see here, climate positive, thriving landscape, inclusive progress, and sustainable growth. Next. Among the 4 pillars, the 2 pillars that are climate positive and sustainable growth reinforce our core business belief that sustainability is a core element of our business strategy. By 2030, we aim to source 90% of our mill energy needs from renewable resources. And we're almost there. By the end of 2024, nearly 85% of total energy consumption was produced and sourced from renewable and cleaner energy sources. By adopting solar energy and repurposing waste, we are showing our commitment to the energy transition and greater use of renewables, both of which will remain a key part of our energy mix moving forward. We began our solar journey in 2021 with 1 megawatt. By the end of 2023, the capacity had grown to 13.5 megawatt, and with the addition of rooftop panels on our new paperboard facility, we reached 26.3 megawatt, surpassing our original 2030 target of 25 megawatts. Having achieved that ahead of the schedule, we are now setting a new goal to double our solar capacity to 50 megawatt by 2030. Yes, I do agree. This kind of short, bold, and ambitious target. Next. As one of the largest integrated producer of renewable bio-based products in the world, our operation produces a certain amount of waste. We aim at reducing solid waste to landfill by 80%. To help driving this target, we are repurposing byproduct and solid waste stream generated from production wherever possible. Next. This shows a solid waste profile. The solid waste generated from our operation include fly ash, bottom ash, wastewater treatment sludge, dregs, and grits. A small portion of hazardous waste is still disposed to landfill within the Pangkalan Kerinci complex, while non-processed waste such as used oil are managed by licensed third parties. With government's approval, we are now able to utilize sludge as a fuel substitution. Composed mainly of solid fiber from the pulp and paper wastewater treatment plant process, it can be burned using existing power boiler technology to help generating energy for our production facility. Next. This shows our journey throughout the years. Some of the waste to value initiatives include using fly ash and bottom ash from power boiler as road subgrade, mixing fly ash from boilers and sink sludge from wastewater treatment as a micronutrient that fertilizes the acacia plantation, and potassium sulfate that fertilizes eucalyptus plantation. Mixing brown fiber from pulp production and sludge from wastewater as biomass feedstock to generate energy in our boiler. Next. Our long-term goal is for April to scale up waste to value initiative and move toward a closed loop system. This year, we have started to implement new initiatives. Lime mud produced from the causticizing process in the pulp industry has the potential to be used as an alternative to limestone for controlling sulfur dioxide emission in coal-fired boilers equipped with flue gas desulfurization or FGD systems. April plans to utilize up to 300 metric tons of lime mud per day as part of its circular economy and waste to value initiative. This initiative has the potential to generate cost saving up to 5,000 USD per day from lime mud and 12,000 USD per day from limestone. Next. We are also utilizing our wastewater treatment plant as an alternative biomass fuel to be burned in our power boilers. This year, an additional waste to value initiative has been implemented by capturing excess heat from the lime kiln for the sludge drying process. This initiative has reduced steam consumption for sludge drying and lower sludge moisture content before being used as a fuel substitute. By doing so, we are saving cost usage of around 20 metric ton per day or up to 70,000 metric ton per year. And further, it can potentially avoid approximately 20,000 metric ton of CO2 equivalent emissions. Next. So, what's the value to April of this initiative? As I mentioned earlier, we are repurposing sludge as a fuel substitution. We are also reuse non-hazardous fly ash and bottom ash for road subgrade, as well as reusing sludge to be fertilizer for our plantation. By doing so, April potentially saves up to 17 USD per cubic meter for roads and 59 USD per hectare for fertilizer. All of these initiatives demonstrate April's commitment to improving energy and material efficiency through innovation. Next. As I highlighted earlier, sustainability is central to everything we do at April. We are practice clean manufacturing with a strong focus on reducing our carbon footprint by carefully managing and repurposing waste wherever and whenever possible. Please take a look at this short video showcasing April's Waste to Value initiative. Next.
Sustainability is the guiding force of April. We are dedicated to improving lives through sustainable resource development. At April, we are committed to clean manufacturing and understand the impacts of the chemicals we use in our process. We handle and repurpose waste in line with applicable regulations and legal guidelines. In the course of our production, we decided to explore more productive uses for our operational waste. April saw an opportunity not only to save on costs, but also to reduce and minimize waste sent to landfill. In 2022, April piloted an initiative on converting waste into fertilizer for our plantations. The sludge from our production process contains valuable micronutrients such as zinc, which helps our plantations grow. The process begins with collecting waste with the strictest safety measures. B3 waste from APR in the form of zinc sludge and non-B3 waste from RAPP in the form of fly ash are brought to our waste utilization area. Both waste types must meet specific criteria. Each waste type is first processed separately to reduce to a uniform fine powder size. The powders are then mixed together, then formed into granules, then dried and cooled. Granules below 4 millimeters are packaged as fertilizer. April is able to produce up to 15,000 tons of fertilizer per year, and each tree is given a maximum dose of 150 grams of waste-to-value fertilizer.
Next. Okay, the commitment to creating a positive impact has long been embedded in our company's values and operation. We will continue to explore a further initiative to turn our waste to valuable resources, as we believe what is good for business is what is good for community, country, climate, customer, and company. And only then will it be sustainable. Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rita. Applause to Ms. Rita presentation. Our second speaker is Ms. Tin Johanna. She is the Head of Sustainability PT Pabrik Ciwi Kimia APP Group. Miss Tin already here with us. She will be joined online. And then the theme of the presentation is Accelerating Climate Action, Hazardous Waste Management, and Sustainable Technology. So, Miss Tin, please preserve
Yes.
your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dear audience, Honorable Ibu Hanifah, and distinguished panelists. Please introduce myself. I'm Tin Johanna, the Sustainability Head of PT Pabrik Kertas Ciwi Kimia, located in Sidoarjo, Indonesia. And thank you to the Ministry of Environment for being invited us and given the opportunity to join to the discussion with the theme Accelerating Climate Action to be focused on the hazardous waste management and sustainable technology. I'm representative of the APP group, and please allow me to start my presentation. Next, please. Let's start about the commitment of our group. Next, please. APP is one of the major pulp and paper corporation in Indonesia and in the world, and we've been producing and deliver our qualified product starting from pulp, paper, tissue, and many various kind of the downstream product around the globe. And in order to make sure that we run the business based on the sustainable and responsible manner, we have developed and subscribed our commitment towards the sustainability through the Sustainability Roadmap Vision 2030, or so-called the SRV 2030, and you all may explore further about our commitment in our website. Next, please. Our SRV 2030 divided into 3 pillars. The first pillar is talking about the production with the top goal of the 30% reduction about carbon footprint, which is the today's subject. The second pillar is talking about the forest, and the third one is talking about people, which is the first pillar is the one that I'm going to explore and try to present in today's presentation. Next, please. The 30% reduction of the carbon has a sub-goal. There are 4 sub-goals. These are the increasing the renewable resources of the energy mix, reduction of the energy consumption, reduction of water consumption, and last but not least is zero waste to landfill. Next, please. Now let's move forward about Pabrik Kertas Ciwi Kimia itself. We are established since 1972, starting with a small operation of the chemical plant. But today, we have 30 paper machine, chemical plant itself, many downstream facility who produce various kind of paper, and we are supported by own power plant and wastewater treatment. And on the right side, you may see that in order to adopt ourselves with the global development toward the digitalization and automation, we have changed our production from 100% cultural paper, or so-called the white paper, into the mix between the white and the industrial grade, or most of them are the brown paper production. Next slide. And these are the certification of credential that we have in our mill, covering the quality, environment, safety, and so on, to meet the customer and stakeholder requirement. Next, please. Here we are, the subject of today, the hazardous waste management and sustainable technology. Next, please. Refer back to the commitment of SRV 2030. We've been divided the subject into 2 big groups, which is creating a low carbon product with the achievement that already shown in the presentation, such as 70% reduction in carbon intensity, 76% of the waste recycle, and so on. And parallel to the element is creating the innovation in the our production side. Next, please. These are the numbers of Ciwi Kimia that we can proud of in order to support the sustainable development focus on the carbon reduction. The first one is the recycled material. Being a paper industry, our raw material, mainly the main one is the wood fiber sources, which in last year, we've been able to achieve 52% of the raw material coming from the recycled material, while the balance of 48% is we make sure that they are coming from the sustainable sources fully. And the second one is achievement about the carbon intensity reduction by 54% compared to our numbers in 2022-23 as a baseline. The initiative that we implement, I will explain in the next pages. And the third one is 76% of the hazardous and non-hazardous waste are already utilized internally in our mill. Next, please. This table is showing how the mix of the raw material that we use in our mill, comprising the mix of the virgin fiber and the recycled fiber. And the next slide is showing the mix of the renewable energy sources, consisting of the renewable sources and the non-renewable sources that still we deal with the power plant as a power plant fuel. Next. As I said, this is the mill carbonization effort that is already being implemented in our mill. Let's start with the renewable energy certificate, or the REC. Being located in Java Island is not an easy thing for us to get the biomass as a replacement to the coal, which is fossil fuel, to feed the energy for our power plant. But the situation is not stopping us of thinking how we can reduce the carbon. So the idea that we can come out is how about the second, the scope 2 of the carbon, which is coming from the PLN as a national grid. As a client of the PLN, we purchase the power is quite large. Is the sharing is about 25 to 30%, and after discussion and negotiation with the PLN, we come up with the agreement that 100% power from the PLN shall be a zero CO2 emission under the scheme agreed renewable energy certificate. And the second one is the solar power system. We have installed and operate the phase 1 of the solar system by 9.8 megawatt peak on 23, and it's continue on the next year on 24 by 4 megawatt peak. And we are currently in the preparation for the phase 3 with another target of 10 megawatt peak as a rooftop solar system. And the next one is we try to start our own plantation of red Kaliandra with the target area of 5 hectares. It's a small area, but we believe what is the small initiative will start a big future for us. Next, please. Now is the zero waste to landfill. This is our focus today, as Ibu Hanifa has mentioned, that waste contributing to the CO2 emission. The waste that happen in Tiwi Kimia, basically, these are the 3 main actions that have been implemented. We treat sludge as a raw material, we use waste as the energy source, and we use other waste fly ash bottom as a material substitution. Some of the people think that the waste management may be an expensive matters, but as we know that nowadays many stakeholders have been offering green transformation financing, which is a positive point that we can take, with Tiwi Kimia already implemented part of the mechanism through the green financing. So we believe that the water waste treatment is no longer expensive subject. Next, please. The first item of the hazardous waste is the sludge, which is coming from the wastewater treatment plant. Paper industry use a wood fiber. So naturally, at the end of the life cycle, which is the reject from wastewater treatment plant, is also containing some fiber. The primary sludge coming from the chemical treatment still have the value of the fiber, which we decided to return it back to our paper process. And the second sludge or secondary sludge, called also the biosludge, is still containing carbon, which is also a source of the fuel. Then we use it as the alternative fuel for our boilers. Next. Fly ash and bottom ash on the left side, we use it as a paving block or civil construction material. We have in-house factory inside. I think that everybody can also use the same mechanism. It's quite simple, and can be, the output can be used internally or as a CSR purpose. And on the right side, this is a typically new waste for us, which is the plastic or impurities that is coming along the way with the waste paper as a raw material of our brown paper. We have installed and operate the RDF, plastic RDF, with a capacity of 200 tons per day to produce a steam of 50 tons per hour. Next, please. Besides the plastic RDF, we also think how to get the RDF, which is coming from domestic waste or MSW waste, which is internally generated in Tiwi Kimia itself, or whether we can get it from the external partnership to the government or the surrounding industry. Next. We are also implementing the ESG and circular economy, as Bu Hanifah said, that we support the government program, we support the government policy to be involved in the domestic waste management. We are doing socialization, training, increase the awareness among the community, and starting from the children age at the schools, at the community. And to close our presentation, next please. This is the product initiative of our mill, which is not only have the quality of the food grade paper, but it's also 100% biodegradable. So dear audience, we do hope that my today's sharing will be able to provide some insight about how we deploy the technology and method to support the acceleration of climate change. Thank you. Back to you, Ibu Amel.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tin. So our next speaker is Mr. Bagus Eka Saputra. He will deliver his presentation concerning the building innovation ecosystem for the sustainable climate action. He is the Vice President Environmental Department Petrokimia Gresik. For Pak Bagus, please proceed it. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Bagus Eka Saputra as Vice President, Environment Department, PT Petrokimia Gresik. It is great honor to stand before you today on behalf of PT Petrokimia Gresik, a proud member of Pupuk Indonesia. Today, we will explore an essential topic that aligns with our shared global commitment, building innovation ecosystem for sustainable climate action. Next. Petrokimia Gresik as part of Pupuk Indonesia. Next. Petrokimia Gresik is the most complete fertilizer company in Indonesia with a production capacity of over 10 million tons of fertilizer and non-fertilizer product. Our production operations are supported by an integrated infrastructure, which includes water purification unit, ammonia phosphate flow recovery. Unit is new innovation from our creative. That unit can recover wastewater from fertilization plant, and production become product that can be reused in the production process. Jetty, loading, unloading, and electricity generating unit. Next. This is our roadmap decarbonization. PT Petrokimia Gresik has initiated an extensive decarbonization program designed to reduce emission, improve energy efficiency, and support Indonesia transition toward a low carbon economy. In 2026, our decarbonization program will include the following initiative. 1. Replacement of the boiler feed water 104 GA at Ammonia Plant 1. 2. Co-firing biomass in the coal-fired boiler. From 2027 until 2030, we will implement several initiatives to further support our decarbonization effort. 1. Development of soda ash plant. Solar cell Pass 3 with 1 megawatt. 3. Hybrid green ammonia. From 2031 until 2050, we will carry out additional major initiatives to strengthen our long-term decarbonization program. 1. Implementation of carbon capture utilization storage, phase 1 and phase 2, and then development of a green ammonia plant. Next. This is our ENDC target. The chart illustrated 3 scenario for ENDC target 2030. First, the business as usual in blue line, case 1. Projections show that emission would reach 3.45 million tons of CO2 equivalent if no mitigation action were implemented. This scenario reflects the natural growth of production capacity and operational expansion. Second, Indonesia ENDC target for 2030 set the allowable emission level at 2.46 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Serving as the national benchmark, we must comply. Through the implementation of our decarbonization initiative, Petrokimia Gresik emission projection for 2030 is estimated to decline to 2.41 million tons of CO2 equivalent, which is below the ENDC target. Petrokimia Gresik is proud to contribute to this national target through innovation-driven emission reduction, process efficiency, and sustainable resource management. Our role as part of Pupuk Indonesia allow us to integrated low carbon solution across fertilizer and chemical production system nationwide. Next. Here are the decarbonization program PT Petrokimia Gresik from 2018 until 2050. In 2024, we successfully reduced greenhouse gas emission by 414,000 tons of CO2 equivalent from a total potential emission of 2.02 million tons of CO2 equivalent. As a result, our net emission in 2024 were 1.6 million tons of CO2 equivalent, representing a 22% reduction for the year. For 2030, we estimate a reduction of 1.03 million tons of CO2 equivalent from a projected total emission of 3.45 million tons of CO2 equivalent, leading to an expected emission level of 2.41 million tons of CO2 equivalent in 2030, equivalent to a 30% reduction. Next. In our circular economic effort, Petrokimia Gresik utilized crude gypsum from phosphoric acid plant through washing using neutralized water, filtering, drying, using steam to remove impurities. The purified gypsum, which produced, can be used as a raw material for cement manufacturing. This program can reduce greenhouse gas total 73.4 ton CO2 equivalent per year from transportation and heavy equipment. Next. Another innovation under our circular economy initiative is utilization of gypsum as neutralis crude gypsum to be used as a filler in NPK granulation. This program can reduce greenhouse gas total 0.04 ton of CO2 equivalent per year. In summary, the utilization of neutralis crude gypsum as a filler in NPK granulation represent a practical and effective circularity measure, one that improve resource efficiency, reduce emission, and support the sustainability of our NPK production process. Next. Thank you for your attention, your collaboration. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bagus. So the fourth speaker is Mr. Stefanus. He is the Director of Public Affairs, Huayu Indonesia, and he will be deliver his presentation. The title is Huayu Indonesia Waste Management Breakthrough to Achieve Emission Reduction Target. So,
thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity given to me, and I'm glad to be here to share with you all regarding our how Huayu waste management take a part to global collective action to reduce carbon emissions. And first, I want to give my special thanks to the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Indonesia that given us the opportunity to join the session today. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. And before we start to look on Huayu manage its domestic and industrial waste, allow me to have a brief introduction of Huayu. Huayu Holding is a global leader in battery material businesses, founded in 1994, and we are headquartered in Tongxiang, China, and we operate globally and has several major industrial bases in China, Indonesia, Africa, and Europe, with an extensive industrial chain starting from mine, smelter, refinery, precursor, and cathode active materials until recycling industry of battery materials. And we also operate 4 zero carbon factory worldwide with more than 50,000 employees distributed worldwide. And we have about more than 20,000 employees in Indonesia. Next. Next, please. And our investment in Indonesia was started since 2018. In more than 7 years, we have complete industrial chain starting from nickel mine, smelter and precursor manufacturing, and some industrial park that is still being under construction. And we fully utilize the perfect combination between Indonesian nickel resources with Huayu technology and innovation to leverage Indonesia's global competitiveness in the ecosystem of EV battery industry. Next. And Huayu always see the ESG as the most important in our business practices. After we did some gap analysis and improvement, we also developed the model we call Impact to ensure our sustainable operation. The impact models enables us align with global initiatives, managing issues, developing program and managing ESG risk, externally audited by global institutions, and continuously improving managing and transparency. Next. One of the most concerned issue in the ESG of HPAL plant is tailing management. The limonite ore from the mine will be processed using high pressure acid leaching or HPAL technology to produce nickel cobalt hydroxide or we can say it mixed hydroxide precipitate, that will further process into the downstream into ternary battery materials. On the other hand, the residue from HPAL process, which is tailing, should be well managed. Huayou adopting advanced dry stack tailing method to be applied in our operation rather than deep sea tailing placement or tailing dam in such a high precipitation region like Indonesia. It provides safer and lower risk compared to the other methods. All facilities we build carry out under strict supervision and align with the regulation of the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Indonesia. Next. We also know that the resolving large amount of tailing is not easy. Our R&D team working day and night to find ultimate solutions for tailing management with the potential of nickel tailing to be reused as a source for secondary minerals besides to be used as backfilling materials to the mine. Our studies shows that the nickel tailings can be processed as a raw material for steel industry and have side product like the sulfuric acid to be recycled for the HPAL plant, and the slag left from the pyro processing could be also further utilized as the building materials, especially for the raw material of the cement processing. This effort is highly appreciated by the Minister of Environment when we did report to the Minister regarding the study result. Next, please. Besides the industrial waste, we also demonstrate sustainable processing for our domestic waste. We developed 6 operational management standards such as waste reduction, waste handling, sorting, collection, processing, and transportation. With nearly 80% of recovery, both organic and inorganic waste in 2024 to 2025. We utilize our organic waste to produce organic fertilizer to be used in the greening process of the factory, since we aim to build a garden-like factory in all of our operations site. We also reuse the plastic bottle to build eco-brick and unused pallet wood for fencing. This kind of initiative was highly recognized by the Ministry of Environment, since the waste issue is not only the government issue, but it's our responsibility to the sustainable operation and greener future. Next. And Huayou also stood as the best in environmental management inside Morowali Industrial Park for wastewater management and air pollution control. This achievement also strengthened Huayou's position as a low carbon and environmental friendly nickel industry in Indonesia. I think that's all from Huayou. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. So we have our last speaker now, last but not least, Mr. Aladin Sianipar. He is the Vice President, Health, Safety, Environment Department, Harita Nickel. He will be present the presentation concerning substantial action of net zero achievement through Indonesia High Integrity Carbon Dialogue. So please proceed it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Terima kasih. Thank you for opportunity. Okay, let me show you about Harita Nickel. Harita Nickel is integrated mining and processing to produce stainless steel and material battery. Harita Nickel, we have tagline business process is integrated mining and process. Next. Okay, and then we have a tagline from OB for Indonesia. And today I say a new tagline from OB to world on global world. Okay, this is our location, Obi Island, North Maluku, a part of the eastern Indonesia. Today, we have more 23,000 people working in there. About 85% are Indonesia citizen, and about 45% are local people from North Maluku. Okay, the image bottom, our integrated industrial area, including the mining site, processing facility, and refining plant, enable Indonesia to move further downstream and nickel value chain. Next. Okay, this is our profile lateric ore. We have two kind of lateric ore. One limonite and the second saprolite. Limonite, low grade nickel content, and saprolite, high grade nickel. And limonite is a raw material to produce nickel cobalt hydroxide peroxide. You know, MSP is a raw material for EV battery. And saprolite go to the ferronickel smelter, or we call RKEF, to produce ferronickel and then to produce stainless steel. Okay, if you looking content nickel lateric ore, the nickel content a maximum 2 up 3%. So about 97 and 98% is the waste. But I think we can look not waste, but a potential resource. Next. Okay, this is our overview, our business. Saprolite and limonite. Saprolite to produce ferronickel and limonite to produce MSP. Harita nickel to produce ferronickel, about 24 line production, and we have 6 line production to produce MSP. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will show how about the waste management of Harita nickel. Okay, before I show to you about the waste management, this is a conventional mining and integrated vertical mining. So, in linear system, natural resource we extract nickel ore, shipping, and produce stainless steel. But our circular system, from nickel ore, about limonite and saprolite, we can extract step by step and then to produce MSP and saprolite. Overburden, previously limonite is overburden, but today Harita nickel has successful to produce MSP and about 320,000 ton year per ton year. This is a big production. Okay, how about the waste from to processing? Next. Okay, the first, the managing waste from smelter operation. nickel slag is one main byproduct our business process. We have successful to manage nickel slag. We are successful to produce concrete material. We have contributed with local government how to utilize nickel slag to provide housing facility and infrastructure local community. Concrete brick have been produced about 100 million to provide housing community facilities. And then we have developed slag for soil ameliorant. Nickel slag for ameliorant can boost plant growth, about 76% to 94%. So today we have developed nickel slag byproduct about synthetic sand. We call it GSO, green sand OB. This is our product. And then nickel slag, we have success to produce roof coop for ecology monitoring and develop. Ladies and gentlemen, next. This is a managing waste from refinery operation. Tailing is a byproduct for asphalt operation. So I can believe that good management of tailing management is the way zero to landfill or zero to exit and zero waste for utilization. So previously our tailing management put the tailing to exit for reclamation and reforest. So today we have success to develop tailing for byproduct to produce ferronickel. Pig iron is a raw material for stainless steel. Harita Nickel produce 25 million dry tail, and then to transform become ferronickel, about from 24 million dry tailing. So we can reduce volume tailing. So 1 million tailing to put the XP mining as our facility, and we call the dry stack tailing facility. Next. We transform byproduct tailing become pig iron as raw material for stainless steel. But from this process also produce ferrous slag. Ferrous slag we can develop as a raw material for cement. In 2026, we'll go to the produce cement with two-line production. So ferrous slag we have successful in pilot plant for produce cement. So ferrous slag from industrial tailing is zero waste. Next. This is overall our business in Harita Nickel. Next. The final in our business operate we alignment with the best practice global, like FTSA for Good Index, and also in our operate alignment global standard. For reporting, we conduct with global standard, but like RMIP program, and then SASB, TCFD, TNFD global standard. We also certified about OHS, Occupational Health and Safety, by ISO 45001, and also environmental management, we also certified by ISO 14001. Next. Okay, alignment with industry-wide comprehensive standard in mining operational, we have conduct IRMA standard. In the fact, Harita Nickel is the first about IRMA standard, a company from Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aladdin. So, this is the last presentation. So before we come up with question and answer from the audience, I have one question to overcome from all the presentation which present today. So the question is, what are the main challenges faced by the industries in adopting low carbon technologies and circular economy approach? So I hope the presenter can give one or two comments concerning this topic. Thank you.
Okay. In my opinion, it's like, okay, we leverage technology. So, but the thing is like, we find breakthrough with technology and innovation, but usually it doesn't comes with a considerable cost. So technology usually is expensive. So we need to manage that so that it can be economically viable. That's the challenge. I mean, like, technology on one hand, and then the other hand should be economically viable. And also, we need government support. Simplification of bureaucracy, policy, and regulation.
Okay, thank you for the question. Is good question. It's all challenge, yeah, for industry. Challenge for adapting, yeah, low carbon technology and circular economy in our company is if we adopting low carbon technology, it must be high capital investment and long payback period. Yeah. Low carbon technology often require one major equipment upgrades, new process unit, and high operational production for renewable energy or especially chemical. So we need support from government to fasting the carbon trading, so we can apply the low carbon technology. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Bu. So talking about the challenge when we adopting the low carbon and what you call it, circular economy approach, I think from the first one, since Huayu also developed the low carbon technology by its own. And during my presentation, the tailing utilization research already cost us about more than 100 million US dollars, which is quite significant for the developing to handling the million tons of tailings. And I think this is worth it to do, because it is also remarks our initiative to end the global issues of the tailings, because the tailing itself is quite sensitive issues, and like what Huayu did is worthwhile to adopt it, this kind of technology. And it also enabling us to realize the what you call it, the circular economy, because all of the product for tailing utilization will be used. The first one, the product itself is iron product that can be used in steel industry, and then you have the side product of the sulfuric acid that can be reused in the HPAL industry, and the slag also can be ultra fine grinding and before goes to the cement industry. So it will be zero waste in the final position. But we require fully support from the government in order to fully implement the initiative or the innovation, since the current status or the current regulation in Indonesia only enabling the producers to reuse or to utilize the waste, not the other entity. Maybe the other entity can utilize the thing, yeah, but the regulations will be more complicated. So, to my opinion, the main challenge is how the government, we can work together to synchronize the innovation, to synchronize the procedures, to simplify the procedures, so we can more adaptive to the new technology and innovation for tailing management. I saw the deputy of Gakum here, law enforcement here, and we thank you, Pa, because you also support us much more in this kind of initiative, so we can also develop the technology together. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Stefanus. Pak Aladin?
Okay, Harita Nickel is a global recognized integrated mining and processing in nickel industry. So integrated mining to processing become our cost operation is effective. Harita Nickel looking forward to develop our material, like limonite become to MSP. This is a good potential, good business as EV battery. And then Harita Nickel we transform about material from ore and waste management from down truck transportation to electrical conveyor. So this is effective cost of our operational. And then how to develop our byproduct to potential reduce. Develop byproduct to potential resource. We can reduce volume tailing, and then we can reduce footprint. So I think this is I think this is about low carbon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aladin. So, Ms. Tin is still here with us. So,
Yes,
can you
yes,
give some comment? Please.
Yes. Thank you for the questions, Bu Amel. I think our feedback is quite similar with other panelists, with Ibu Rita has mentioned about the investment. So back to industry, Bu, let's make a profit first, let's survive first, then we think about the other things in parallel. So beside the investment and the technology availability, Bu, maybe what I can add is about the you know that the Indonesia is being a developing country, so we are more absorbed the technology from developed countries, or even China, which is now more in a growing and much more big giant in the technology. So maybe government can help us on the proceeding or set up an event when we can meet with the technology provider to scale up our knowledge about the technology, what is availability in the worldwide now. Like what I have joined once is between the German government and Indonesia government through Kadin, Bu Amel. And second thing is talking about the circular economy, which one of my subject in presentation is how to, along with the stakeholder, including government, we need to increase the awareness of the community surrounding our operation. Simple thing, Bu Amel, waste segregation. We all understand, we know that even the simple thing like waste segregation in our community is, I must say now, is at the lower level of the awareness. So this is our challenge. This is a national challenge. So we do hope that government also will proceed more subject and more events to get along, to join, to collaborate with the local lingkungan hidup, Bu Amelia, maybe with the local government, and involve us as a industry to increase the awareness. Back to the simple thing, Bu, waste segregation. Thank you, Bu Amel.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Tin. So we need public-private partnership, ya, Ibu Rita, and
Yes.
all the speaker. So maybe it's time to open the discussion, audience. So maybe if you have one or two questions concerning what our topic today, please raise hand and then introduce yourself. Okay. The microphone is available there.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura. I'm a geological engineer here from the Federal University of Pará. And here in Pará we have some issues about the treatment of the aluminum and in the industry. And it's kind of inspirational see how the Indonesian government and all the companies are like trying to understand the circular the circular economy about the nickel. So my question is about more the educational and the connection between the technology and the communities, and how these work together to try and to improve even more the circular economy. And it's more about that, like how you can empowerment the communities with this technology to improve the local communities and the local circulation economy, and it's that. Thank you very much.
So the question is goes to maybe, okay, Pak Aladin.
Okay, thank you for your question. In our Harita Nickel have a program to develop local community, like training to operator, and then we have CSR program. We can give a local community to as employment about, and then today our local our local community about 45%. Previously, local community about 30%. So we can make a program to develop community training and as an operator in our business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aladdin. Pak Stefan, maybe you can add some comment concerning the cooperation.
Okay, thank you for the question. And regarding the cooperations between how we can enabling the technology and community going together and developing together, besides the training, yeah, we always conduct the training for the operators or especially for the local operators. We recruited our employee from our surrounding area of operations. That's the first one. And since the metallurgy background in Indonesia itself is quite rare, so besides we train the operator in the field, we also provide a scholarship program for the students from every level, from the high school students, from the vocational degree, and also for the undergraduate and even master degree, to learn about metallurgy, so they can grab the technology, they can have fully understanding on how the technology works, and after they get the knowledge, they can back to their country, they can dedicate to the country to operate the plants with more green and environmental friendly manner. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Stephen. Maybe one or more, Bu Rita or Pak Bagus will add more about the cooperation.
The way I see it, it's like, okay, first thing, the simple level, the lowest level, awareness. So you need to increase awareness, and then education, to educate, and then empowerment. I think the level goes like that. And then we cannot go alone again. It's like not only the responsibility not lie to the private sectors. It needs like a partnership from private sector as well as the government support, and then work hand in hand. It's like that. I think the concept is like that.
Okay, thank you very much for all the speakers. Because of the time is already end, so let me conclude with this session. Indonesia journey reflect a shift from managing waste to managing resources. By viewing waste as a potential resources, we create opportunity for emission reduction, economic growth, and sustainable industrial development. Thank you very much for all the audience here, for all speakers, and thank you also with Miss Tin already joined us. It's already midnight in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Ibu Tin. So I give it back to Ms. Mona. Thank you.
Okay, allow me to highlight a few major program or project by the panel. April, you've managed to turn waste into valuable fertilizer, which is high in macronutrients. And then Ciwi Kimia, I think the tagline is zero waste to landfill, converting the waste into energy and material subs. And Petrokimia Gresik, I think you managed to utilize the gypsum for the filler, for the condensed fertilizer, or we call that NPK. And Huayo, I think the waste treatment is used the sulfuric acid and iron to recover and reuse the industrial waste that's often very, very acidic and corrosive. Last but not least, Harita reused nickel slag for a valuable multi-purpose resource. So waste does have environmental impact, but it's just how you manage to reconcile the the circular economy with the eco-sustainability, so we could turn the waste into wealth. Okay, all speakers, please rise. We're going to have a photo group together. And of course, all these companies need government support, Ibu Amelia, so they can continue to pursue all the good work that they have done and continue doing. It's great to have a very, very diverse speakers. From the panel, we have Indonesia, we have China and Japan. I'm referring to the company's HQ or the company they affiliate with. Hello and good day to everyone. We are privileged to have some important individuals among our speakers today. Welcome, Bapak. So we'll be talking about climate justice today, or this evening. One of the main causes of climate crisis is land and forest fires, and especially in peatland ecosystem. So besides mitigation and adaptation efforts, and then the national regulatory and policy, And then the other energy transition initiatives, litigation approach become one of the key instruments in restoring the environment and all the other efforts. So before we go and delve into the discussion today, allow us to invite the legal advisor Inc. from UNFCCC, Mariana Bolsakova, to set the tone for all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and it's really a pleasure to be here, and I will very much try to overshout whatever's happening next door. So it is a very much pleasure to be here on behalf of the Legal Affairs Department of the UNFCCC, and to join you in this extremely important and very, very timely discussion. I would like very much to extend our thanks to the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Indonesia for the invitation, and to also commend Indonesia for planning to bringing this global attention to a topic that lies at the heart of climate justice, the role of law enforcement and the role of the judiciary. I welcome the opportunity to reflect together, all of you, on how the environmental law enforcement, litigation and governance are increasingly central to advancing climate justice. Climate change, humanity's greatest challenge, is not only a scientific issue, it is fundamentally a question of justice. The IPCC's sixth assessment report that was released last year reminds us that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius still remains possible, but only if our collective commitments of all of us together, all of our countries together, are translated in something that is measurable and an enforceable action. Achieving climate justice means ensuring that burdens and benefits of climate action are shared fairly, and that those that cause environmental harm are held accountable. Laws and policies matter, but without effective enforcement of those laws and policies, enforcement that goes through investigation, enforcement through prosecution, and enforcement through judicial redress, even the most strong litigation, the legislation that you may develop, remains only aspirational. So it needs that enforcement and judicial action to be real. In this context, Indonesia's experience is very highly relevant, and over the last decades, the country has shown that consistent law enforcement can directly contribute to emission reduction and ecosystem recovery. The decline in forest and land fires, especially in peat ecosystems, demonstrates how preventive governance, restoration, and litigation taken together can advance climate goals and protect vulnerable communities. These are not only national achievements, they represent an emerging global model where environmental law enforcement becomes a pillar of climate justice, linking corrective measures such as restoration and redress with procedural justice, including access to information, participation, and protection of environmental defenders. Across the world, environmental enforcement and climate litigation are now converging as powerful tools for accountability. And let me highlight some of the global data and trends on climate litigation. And to look at more details on this, I invite you to look at the UNEP's, the UN Environment Programme's 2025 Global Climate Justice Report, and it was published very recently in June, so the data is very, very fresh. But I'll just highlight a couple of things from the report. As on June this year, the end of June this year, there were 3,099 climate change litigation cases filed globally. These span
55 jurisdictions, and 24 international regional courts, tribunals, and other adjudication bodies. While most of these cases remain concentrated in a few countries, so 55, the trend is expanding, and it is expanding very rapidly, and especially in the global south. Increasing number of lawsuits address land use and pollution and forest protection. Many of these cases draw very much directly on environmental enforcement mechanisms, linking traditional environmental damage claims to broader climate impacts. Importantly, and as this report notes, litigation today does much more than just seek remedy. It helps legislation and it helps policies. It frames human rights obligations and redress climate harms. This report highlights that effective enforcement and judicial oversight can lead to reduced emissions, it can promote restoration, it can help protect human rights, and ultimately, these law cases, they strengthen credibility of climate commitments. There are also several recent advisory opinions that I wanted to highlight for your attention, and these mark very important milestones in the legal architecture that underpins environmental enforcement. In May 2024, the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea delivered a landmark advisory opinion, and that opinion was delivered in response to a 2022 request from the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law. This advisory opinion from ITLOS, it affirmed that GHG emissions absorbed by ocean constitute pollution under international law, and that therefore states have an obligation to take all necessary measures to prevent and control such pollution. And then more recently, and many of you will be very familiar with this, just this year, the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, issued an advisory opinion on the obligation of states in respect of climate change. And that was done in response to a request made in 2023 by the General Assembly of the United Nations. This very much groundbreaking advisory opinion found that states have binding obligations under international law, so it establishes that it has binding obligations under international law to prevent and reduce GHG emissions and to protect climate system and other parts of environment from anthropogenic harm. According to the court, according to the ICJ, these obligations derive not only from UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, but also from customary international law, including duty of prevention and the obligation of due diligence that all states have. While the advisory opinions are not legally binding, and we do know they're not legally binding, this one carries a very, very significant legal, moral, and political weight coming from the ICJ. It reinforces the view that climate inaction has legal consequences, and that protecting the climate system is a shared and enforceable obligation, all to present to present generation, to ourselves, and to our future generations. But it is not only international tribunals that consider climate obligations. And I want to mention a landmark ruling that came from Asia Pacific, and that is from August 2024, where the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Korea ruled that parts of the country's Carbon Neutrality Act were unconstitutional. And that was because they failed to set a post-2030 reduction targets. So the court held that this omission violated the constitutional rights of future generations under the Constitution of the Republic of Korea. And the court ordered the law to be revised to include the targets up to 2050 that are based on science, they are based on international standards, and the Korea's fair share of global effort. This was the first time that climate change was recognized as a constitutional rights issue within the Republic of Korea, and it set also an important regional precedent, reinforcing the role of courts in holding governments accountable for climate action. These legal developments, they complement the work that we do here in this venue and in the UNFCCC process overall, litigation, when it is grounded in solid enforcement and governance, can reinforce and accelerate the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Through judicial interpretation, the courts help clarify what states, as well as non-state actors, must do to meet national targets and long-term strategies. Judicial scrutiny and it enhances accountability, and it can serve as a compliance accelerator when political and administrative processes fall short of our expectations. At the same time, court decisions can catalyze ambition. Judicial scrutiny often prompts governments and corporations to strengthen their policies, to update their targets, and to align actions with the 1.5 goal. And crucially, litigation bridges the global and domestic levels, and it translates the international commitments that we make in the COP and other bodies into something that is concrete and something that is enforceable at national level through national obligations and actions. Far from standing outside of the UNFCCC process, these developments show that enforcement and litigation now form part of the systemic effort to implement the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Within the UNFCCC framework that is our home here, enforcement is not peripheral, it is fundamental. Law enforcement ensures that national targets are respected, it deters environmental harm, and it turns commitments into measurable outcomes. It also strengthens transparency and trust. So enforcement is not the end of the climate effort, it is what sustains its credibility and its fairness. Of course, challenges remain, and many countries face limited capacity and resources to enforce environmental laws. Even when cases and law cases, court cases succeed, delays in implementation can weaken results. And sometimes, and we all know in climate and environmental law in general, proving causation also remains quite complex. Yet, these challenges also open opportunities to deepen international cooperation, and you hear a lot about international cooperation at this COP. They offer opportunities to exchange knowledge and experience and to build networks among the enforcement officials, agencies, prosecutors, judges, and policymakers. So we at the UNFCCC continue to support parties in building their legal and institutional capacities. And our division, the Legal Affairs, provides training and technical assistance on procedural issues, on how compliance mechanisms work, and also on negotiation processes. Last year, we worked very closely with Indonesian negotiators to explore how domestic legal systems can support climate implementation and can respond effectively to emerging legal challenges. These efforts aim to use the rule of law not only for enforcement, but as a bridge that connects international commitments to national practice and links national enforcement to global justice. We also contribute to broader capacity building efforts in the Asia-Pacific region, and very pleased to say that. And for example, last year we've participated and contributed to a course on multilateral environmental agreements that was organized in Bangkok together with UNEP and University of Eastern Finland. And these kind of efforts, they bring together government officials, they bring together negotiators, NGOs, private sector, and academia. And the collaboration among all these stakeholders is vital for equipping both current and future generations with the knowledge and skills needed to strengthen treaty implementation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the message emerging from both global jurisprudence as well as the leadership of countries like Indonesia is very clear. Climate justice is indispensable from law, and it is also inseparable from law enforcement. Law enforcement and litigation make climate commitments credible, equitable, and fair. They turn justice from a principle into practice. And we look ahead to continue to strengthen this cooperation that we already have ongoing, to share lessons and experiences, and to build legal and institutional capacities needed to turn justice into climate action and to turn climate action into justice. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariana, please have a seat. Don't forget you're one of our panel today. Thank you. Okay, so International Committee has mentioned that government is held accountable and have legal consequences for the climate action. So we need to align our perspectives today. Our panel will enlighten us on what are the key challenges in implementing the or enforcing the law to protect the environment. They also will share their experiences handling any cases that probably come to their table, which can be perhaps replicated and scaled across the region. And they will also demonstrate Indonesia's commitment in climate diplomacy for environmental law enforcement and restoration process. So I would like to call upon all the speakers. Being the first one, he is the Chief of Deputy for Environmental Law Enforcement from the Ministry of Environment Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak Irjen Pol Rizal Irawan. Following, he is the Chief of Chamber for Criminal Cases. General, please have a seat. It's going to be more comfortable for you, I promise, than standing up the whole time. Thank you. Second speaker, my third speaker, he's the Chief of Chamber for Criminal Cases, Supreme Court of Indonesia, Dr. Prim Haryadi. Since it's law enforcement talk, we are going to have some serious discussion. We have the Head of Environmental Governance and Pollution Control, Mbak Marsha Handayani.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. But before we start the discussion, I would like to invite Bapak Deputy, Pak Irjen Pol Rizal Irawan, to give a token of appreciation to Ms. Mariana Balsakova as she have another meeting. So, and we can take pictures together before Mariana leaves. And I will invite the fourth speaker, Krista Shenum from Climate Rights International. Please welcome. And we will have a photo together before we start, before Mariana. Satu aja. And for making time here, and I think we can take photos together. Under panels too, with Justice Prim and Krista. Please give applause to Mariana and Sorry. Thank you very much. So, thank you, Ms. MC, for introducing us. So today panel, we'll gather to reflect on how Indonesia's experience in environmental law enforcement can help advance the climate justice, strengthening accountability, and support global efforts to stay on track with the 1.5-degree goal. Climate justice goes beyond reducing emissions. It is about ensuring that communities, especially the vulnerable, are protected, and that ecosystems are preserved, and that legal and institutional frameworks respond to effectively to environmental harms. Indonesia's experiences from enforcement in the field to decision making in the courts show how law can serve as a powerful tool in climate action. To explore this, we are honored to have four distinguished speakers who will share their expertise from government, the judiciary, and the previous one, international legal institution, and the civil society. So our first speaker is Inspector General of Police Rizal Irawan, Bapak Rizal. As the Deputy for Environmental Law Enforcement, Ministry of Environment, he will discuss the Ministry of Environment's role in protecting the climate through environmental law enforcement, Indonesia's climate commitments, and how enforcement supports them, and key achievements in environmental law enforcement, including action against pollution, forest fire, and environmental degradation. His speech will provide an overview of Indonesian institutional efforts and how enforcement contributes to a more climate resilient future. Please welcome Pak Rizal.
Assalamualaikum bro. Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed scholars, colleagues, Justice Prime Haryadi is a Chamber of President for Criminal Cases, Supreme Court, Indonesia. Mariana Balsakova, and then Krista Shenu is a researcher from Climate Rights International, and Marcia from ISL. Ladies and gentlemen, whom I honor. I deeply honored to be here today at the Indonesian Pavilion of COP30, and our session is to achieving climate justice through environmental law enforcement, lesson learned from Indonesia. Thank you for joining us for this important discussion. First of and foremost, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty, for it is His grace that we are able to gather here today to this meaningful event. Forum holds great significance as it provides as important space to continue strength dialogue on environmental law enforcement in Indonesia. For us, it serves a strategic platform to reflect upon the improved for environmental legal frameworks and practices. For the international community, we are hope this discussion will offer valuable insight into Indonesian experience, showing how environmental law enforcement can be a pathway toward achieving ecological justice. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia remains strongly committed to achieving ecological justice. As a party of a Paris Agreement, we are actively working to contribute to the global goals of limiting the increase of the average global temperatures to well below 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, while pursuing effort to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The commitment was reaffirmed by our President, President Prabowo, in his address at the United Nations General Assembly, where he reiterated that Indonesia's determination to uphold the Paris Agreement to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. Indonesia climate target aims to reach net zero emission with a greenhouse gas reduction goals of 31.89% through domestic efforts and 43.20% with international support by 2030. By commitment, in further reflected in Indonesia's ambition to increase the share of renewable energy to 23% of the national energy mix by 2030, demonstrating our resolve to accelerate a just and inclusive low-carbon transition. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve the environmental target, Indonesia places environmental law enforcement as one of its main pillars. The country recognizes several established forms of legal standing, including individual legal standing, class action, government legal standing, citizen lawsuit, and environmental organization right to sue. For instance, citizen lawsuit allow any Indonesian citizen to bring a claim against the government, state institution, or private entities for negligence to failure to fulfill their legal obligation that harm public interest, such as 2019 in Jakarta air pollution case filed by Melanie Subono. Environmental organizations also have the right to sue to preserve environmental function, limited to demanding a corrective action without compensation claims, except for actual expenses such as laboratory and court fees. In the case of class action, communities can collectively file lawsuit when they suffer losses due to environmental pollution or degradation. According to Article 19 of the Environmental Protection and Management Act, EPMA, government institution and regional government responsible for environmental affairs are authorized to file lawsuit for a compensation and or specific action against business or activities that cause environmental pollution and or degradation resulting in environmental damage. This authority is further affirmed in Presidential Regulation number 182 of 2024 on the Ministry of Environmental, which state that one of the ministry's core function is the enforcement of environmental law. Furthermore, under the regulation of the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Indonesia number 4 of 2013 concerning guidelines for environmental dispute settlement, which is currently under revision, the minister, governor, or region manager shall have the duty of authority to carry out the settlement of environmental disputes, with the minister having an option to delegate this authority to the official responsible for environmental law enforcement. In this regard, the Government Act not parents patriae, but as a trustee of natural resources for the benefit of the public. The key foundation of the Indonesia environmental law enforcement is the strict liability rule, which impose legal responsibility on perpetrators without requiring proof of fault. Under this principle, plaintiff only need to demonstrate the act, the damage, and the causal link. This has significant strength to government ability to propose legal action, as it removes the burden of proving intent or negligence. On prominent case in that of PT Jatim Jayaperkasa, where the MOEF successfully sued the company for recurring peatland fires in its palm oil concession. Supported by scientific evidence and community reports, the court granted part of the government claim, including material compensation and restoration orders. This case illustrates how to the strict liability principle reinforce Indonesia environmental enforcement framework, enabling the government to act decisively without the need to prove fault. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving our ambition target requires more than just policy. It requires robust governance and steadfast commitment to the rule of law. Our ministry and environmental enforcement unit is the operational arm in this commitment. Let me provide a clear, recent example of the principle in action. We are currently addressing a significant air quality challenge in our capital region, a home to over 34 million people. Our response is not a single action, but a coordinated effort targeting all identified emission sources. While this form of mitigation may not be directly related to climate change, it demonstrates how environmental governance can deliver immediate benefit for public health and long-term sustainability. First, we are holding our industrial sector to a higher standard. Our enforcement body is systematically inspecting 48 industrial zones across the region. It's not about monitoring. Under the minister's direct leadership, we have already initiated legal proceeding against 13 non-compliant industry facilities, from metal smelters to textile factories. Furthermore, we are mandating the major industries install continuous emission monitoring system or SEMS and modern pollution control devices, ensuring real-time accountability. Second, we are addressing the largest contributor, transportation. We are working with our national energy companies to accelerate the availability to a low sulfur fuel equivalent to Euro 4 standards. Simultaneously, we are collaborating with transportation authorities and national police to implement mandatory vehicle emission tests with financial penalties, targeting the highest polluting vehicle first. And the third, our enforcement is extended to the perceived issue of importer waste management, which is a challenge to require action to both of scale and the local level. We have issued formal governor coercion order to 343 non-compliant landfill across the country to enforce operating standard. At the same time, our teams are on the ground shutting down local illegal dump sites in major cities. This example illustrates that our approach is comprehensive. This is not an arbitrary action. It is an execution of our legal mandate as a second layer law enforcement body. Whether in his factory, a vehicle on the road, a waste facility. Our message is consistent. Indonesia is serious about enforcing its environmental laws to protect the health of our people and the integrity of our climate commitment. Furthermore, in just the first half of 2025, the Directorate for Environmental Dispute Settlement, or PSLH, has handled 74 environmental cases, both through litigation and non-litigation channels. The outcomes have generated non-tax state revenue amounting to about in Indonesian rupiah and about 170 to 28 billion, delivered from compensation and environmental restoration by business actors. But it's not merely about numbers. As a reflect accountability and paradigms shift, these funds are being allocated to strengthen the support of environmental restoration. This milestone affirms that the government in Indonesia is fulfilling its obligation in accordance with the advisory opinion in the International Court of Justice on the obligation of states in respect of climate change, which underscores the duty of a state to achieve the temperate goals of limiting global warming to 1.5 Celsius above pre-industrial level as stated in Paris Agreement. As we move forward, Indonesia's vision is clear, strong environmental governance and law enforcement are the foundation of sustainable growth. We are turning environmental protection from a moral aspiration into a measurable national performance. We recognize that achieving climate justice is not a task to one nation alone. It requires collective will and strong and multitarism. Indonesia stands ready to work hand in hand with other nations in ensuring the safeguarding our planet to future generations. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment Indonesia, I would like to express my deepest appreciation a law enforcement institution in Indonesia who have been working hand in hand with us, our core organizer, the Indonesian Center for Environmental Law, and to all distinguished speakers and participants here today. May this seminar serve as a reminder to our shared responsibility and a catalyst for greater cooperation in the pursuit of climate justice. Because in the end, enforcing law is not merely about compliance. It's about safeguarding life itself. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Rizal, for your insightful presentation and for highlighting the crucial role of enforcement in meeting Indonesia's environmental and climate goals. It is truly an amazing work that you've done. More than 100 cases within 2025 and reach 200 for something US dollar for restoration. So moving forward, our third speaker, we have Justice Prem Haryadi, Chief of Criminal Chamber Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, will share insight from the judiciary. His presentation will cover the court's role in advancing climate justice in Indonesia, Supreme Court policy that strengthens environmental law enforcement, the Environmental Judges Certification Program, and Supreme Court regulation designed to support clear and consistent adjudication in environmental and climate-related cases. This reform represents Indonesia's commitment to enhancing judicial capacity in responding to environmental challenges. Justice Haryadi, we welcome your remarks.
Thank you, Marsha. First, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Deputy of Environmental Law Enforcement of Environmental Ministry was invite me, Supreme Court, to join this conference. Okay, good afternoon, distinguished participants, colleagues and friends from around the world. It is great honor for me, on behalf of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, to take part in this important global forum, COP30 here in Belém, Brazil. We gather today in the heart of Amazon, a region that breathes for our planet, to reaffirm that climate action is not only about science and policy, but also about justice. Indonesia, much like Brazil, stands at the front line of climate reality. We are an archipelago of over 17,000 islands, home to immense biodiversity, from the coral triangle of Raja Ampat to the tropical rainforests of Kalimantan and Sumatra, and the mangrove ecosystem of Papua. Today, I will share how our courts have turned environmental adjudication into a pillar of climate justice, how verdicts lead to restoration, and how law itself can help the earth. Every year, Indonesia faces forest and land fires. When peat burns, it releases carbon stored for millennia. In 2015, Indonesia daily fire emission exceeded those of the entire US economy. This fire spreads hazard across Southeast Asia, destroying biodiversity, endangering lives and harming regional trust. But they are not natural. They are the result of negligence, weak enforcement, and unsustainable land use. They jeopardize our national determined contribution (NDC) and undermine collective climate efforts. The turning point came when Indonesian courts began to see these fires not as unfortunate events, but as a crime against the environment and the climate. When the law speaks, the forest breathes again. When justice acts, restoration begins. When trees pitch and vegetation burn, carbon stored in biomass is instantly released into the atmosphere. Even after flames fade, decomposing organic matter continues to release greenhouse gases for years. In Indonesia, scientific data is now present in court as part of environmental evidence. Satellite imagery, emission models, and expert testimony have become judicial tools. This integration of science and law transforms litigation into a bridge between courtroom reasoning and planetary reality. It marks a profound evolution from evidence of guilt to evidence of climate impact. In the past decade, Indonesia has seen the emergence of climate related litigation. As of 2025, more than 20 cases have been filed in Indonesia. A landmark example is the Tanjung Jati coal power plant case, in which citizens claim that project's emission violates their constitutional right to a healthy environment. This signals two encouraging trends. One, citizens and NGOs are becoming more climate literate, and two, courts and ready to consider climate science since within the framework of justice. Indonesia judiciary is no longer a passive bystander. It is an active participant in the fight against climate degradation. Ecological impact, loss of biodiversity, drying peatlands, degraded forests, economic impact, agriculture failures, damaged infrastructure, losses of hundreds of billions of rupiah, public health, respiratory disease, and school closed during hazard season. Reputation, our environmental performance influence global trust and investment. From 2015 until now, Indonesia recorded 24 major environmental litigation cases. 12 have been enforced, 10 remain ongoing, 1 is on trial, and 1 reached settlement. The total environmental losses exceeds 671 billion Indonesia rupiah, Indonesia currency, with restitution of 333 billion Indonesia rupiah ordered by courts. Its case has created new legal precedents on a corporate liability, restoration obligation, and the use of scientific evidence. Legal victories now lead to tangible environmental recovery. Verdicts are followed by replanting programs, pitch rehydration, and pollution control. Monitoring terms, including experts, academics, and community representatives, ensure that restoration is not symbolic but real. As a result, vegetation has regrown, air quality indicators have improved, and pit water levels are stabilizing. This shows that law can do more than punish. It can heal. To sustain progress, the Supreme Court issued Regulation Number 1 of 2023, a guidelines for environmental case handling. It introduced 6 key principles. 1. Recognition of climate case as environmental cases. 2. Clarification of liability, including absolute and market share approved. 3. Requirement of recovery plans in every decision. 4. Strengthening of corporate criminal liability. 5. Detailed rules for scientific evidence and expert testimony. And 6. Anti-strategic lawsuit against public participation, protection to safeguard environmental defenders. The purpose is clear: to enable courts to make decisions that realize sustainable development and ensure environmental and climate justice for the people and natural resources of Indonesia. With this regulation, justice becomes a framework for sustainability, not only a verdict, but also a vision. I think that's all. Okay, sorry. Since 2012, Indonesia has certified 1,738 environmental judges. To qualify, a judge must serve for 10 years and demonstrate integrity and expertise in environmental law. The training curriculum includes international principles, climate change science, scientific evidence analysis, and anti-SLAPP proceedings. We train judges not merely to punish, but also to understand an ecosystem, so they can see justice and sustainability as one and the same. Indonesia judiciary will continue to strengthen foundation of climate justice. Accountability. Polluters must be held responsible. Restoration is not optional. Restoration, every verdict must contribute to ecosystem healing and community resilience. Credibility, our judiciary must reflect science-based decision making and global trust. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Justice Haryadi, for highlighting the judiciary's significant role in safeguarding the environment and ensuring justice for the environment itself. I think that Supreme Court of Indonesia has a great role in fulfilling ecological justice, and it is a progressive landmark as you have an environmental certification judges as well as the regulations to hold the corporation and entities liable to what the harm they cause to the environment. So moving on to the final speaker, there is Ms. Krista Shannon, a researcher from Climate Rights International, will present a human rights-based approach to climate justice. She will discuss how human rights principles strengthen climate litigation, why community protection and participation are essential, and basically bridges the legal, social, and ethical dimension of climate justice. Ms. Krista, we invite you.
Thank you. Hear me? Thank you, Mariati. First, I'd like to acknowledge the incredible co-panelists here, Deputy Minister and Justice. It's an honor to be sitting with you. My name's Krista Shenham, and I'm a researcher at Climate Rights International. We are an international human rights research and advocacy organization. We focus on the human rights impacts of the climate crisis. So I'll be talking a little bit today about some human rights-based approaches to climate change. And I think first to start, I'd like to acknowledge that there is no way of talking about climate justice or the climate crisis without also talking about human rights. These two things are intricately linked. The climate crisis is fundamentally a human rights crisis. It threatens the rights to life, food, water, housing, culture, the right to a healthy environment, and many more fundamental human rights. Around the world, countries have legal obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights for all. So this includes not only civil and political rights, like the rights to expression and to assembly, which we're seeing pretty live at COP. This also includes economic, cultural, and social rights. The core human rights covenants, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Cultural, and Social Rights, are law enforcing. They are declaratory in nature, meaning that they create law. This is an obligation. This is not a option. I'd just like to acknowledge that Indonesia is a party to both of these conventions, which is and since 2006 has been a party to the International Covenant on Economic, Cultural, and Social Rights. Briefly on the work of my organization, Climate Rights International, the way that we work is we conduct in-depth, on-the-ground investigations into the impacts of human rights and climate change. Our research illustrates many of the ways that climate change, the drivers of the climate crisis, like burning fossil fuels, as well as some of the solutions to the climate crisis itself, including the energy transition, are not only environmental issues, but they are also human rights issues. For example, the extraction of fuels, fossil fuels like oil and gas, and the burning of coal, including captive coal, which are not only the primary emitters of greenhouse gas emissions that are largely responsible for the climate crisis, are also destroying livelihoods, leading to food insecurity and harming access to education around the world. Deforestation, which releases carbon and helps drive climate change, is also threatening access to food and water. It is threatening land rights, indigenous peoples' rights, and the right to a healthy environment. People on the front lines of the extraction for transition minerals or critical minerals, minerals like nickel, are facing food insecurity, extreme air and water pollution, devastating environmental impacts that are not only destroying their lives, but also their livelihoods, including fishing and farming. My organization, Climate Rights International, has documented specifically the human rights impacts of nickel in both Indonesia and the Philippines. Quickly to touch on what our first speaker spoke about with the International Court of Justice recent advisory opinion. This is not only incredibly important for countries' obligations under the climate crisis, but also the connections with human rights. The ICJ squarely recognized that the climate crisis is a human rights crisis, and it also finds that rights are directly implicated when states fail to act on climate change. It urges and obligates companies and governments to take action to address climate change in order to respect human rights. This obligation to act also includes the obligation to regulate the action of private actors, including businesses, including by adopting and enforcing laws and regulations that require companies to prevent and mitigate climate-related human rights risks. I'd just like to highlight some examples from around the world of more and more cases where we're seeing cases and climate cases brought through a lens of human rights. When climate litigation is brought under the lens of human rights, it brings the opportunity to file cases under domestic laws that are established to protect and guarantee human rights. Around the world, we're seeing a greater number of cases that have been linked to claims of violation of human rights. In part, these human rights cases are increasing because governments have failed to meet their commitment to protect rights in the context of the climate crisis. Many of these cases rely on constitutional or other domestic provisions that set out rights, including the right to a healthy environment. And I'd also just like to acknowledge that Indonesia has long recognized the right to a healthy environment for the Indonesian people, including in its constitution. So some examples of cases where we're seeing the human rights arguments being brought in climate litigation include in Switzerland, where in April 2024, the European Court of Human Rights ruled that Switzerland violated human rights, including the right to private and family life, by failing to take sufficient action to mitigate the impacts of climate change. In Latin America, a decision by the Inter-American Court on Human Rights in the La Aurora case found that Peru's failure to regulate polluting businesses violated the right to a healthy environment, the right to health, and other fundamental human rights. There have also been other cases brought from a human rights obligation perspective in the Netherlands, the Urgenda case, a case brought by youth in the U.S. state of Montana, as well as cases in South Korea and Canada. Finally, just to come back to this piece around environmental law enforcement, a human rights framework is absolutely critical to ensuring that governments are accountable for their own legal obligations. And while climate litigation, including this litigation from a human rights perspective, is an incredibly important tool, it is not alone enough to advance climate justice and the protection of human rights. While courts can compel and clarify obligations and action, but governments ultimately must take responsible for upholding human rights and the rights of their people. Human rights obligations are not optional. They are legal commitments. They require states to prevent foreseeable harms and protect vulnerable communities, including communities around the world that are disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of the climate crisis. This means enacting ambitious environmental and climate policies, phasing out fossil fuels, protecting environments, and ensuring that the people who are impacted have access to justice and remedy.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
For
10.
climate action to be meaningful, it must not only ensure environmental protections, but also advance human rights protections, including those for frontline communities around the world. Progress on climate change cannot and will not succeed without protecting human rights. Thank you.
Alô, som? Alô, som? Nada?
Thank you very much, Ms.
Hello,
Crispa,
sir.
for bringing
Hello,
forward
sir.
the human
Nada
rights
ainda?
dimension
Nada?
of climate change.
Alô, som? Alô, som? Alô, som? Alô, som?
Test.
Alô, som?
Check.
Alô, som? Alô, som? Alô, som? Alô, som?
Check. Oh, yeah.
Alô, som?
She mentioned
sir.
that human rights-based approach is being used in the world, Netherlands, South Korea, and everyone else, and as well as it can be also used in Indonesia cases. And this element must always remain at the center of our work, because we are not living alone, but we're also living for the next generations, I guess. And before we move on to the question and answer discussion, I would like to have a follow-up question to the panelists. Like, first of all, to Pak Rizal, Mr. Rizal, what is the most persistent challenge Indonesia faces in enforcing environmental laws, especially in sectors that heavily influence emission, like deforestation or industrial pollutions? And for Justice Haryadi, what are the most complex issues judges faces in environmental cases? Like you mentioned before, that judges have to understand how the scientific evidence, the procedural barriers, and how it translated to be legal evidence in the court. And to Ms. Krista, if you imagine climate justice in 10 years from now, what role will human rights have played in shaping it? Pak Rizal mau jawab pertama atau Krista? Oh, Bapak.
Okay, the most persistent challenge in the persistent challenge in law enforcement. Okay. Maybe the persistent challenge is the commitment of all stakeholders. The commitment of all stakeholders. As we know that in Indonesia we have many industries built in Indonesia. And in the industry is a lot of ministry in there.
Alô, som, teste. Alô, som.
Related ministry in
Alô, som.
in
Alô, som.
industry. So I think the most persistent is the commitment of the all stakeholders, and people awareness. So the people awareness is also the most persistent factors. Persistent factor. And the challenge in the most persistent for law enforcement maybe the coordination maybe in the main actors in environmental law enforcement. We have many institutions in Indonesia. The Ministry of Environmental, the National Police, and the regional like environment mungkin bisa dijelaskan.
Okay. So there is problem in regional sectors that their environmental protection agency haven't really worked well as it is in the national level. So basically, it needs a coordination between all institutions that is working on the legal enforcement, as well as people awareness that is people and not only people, corporation awareness on how to protect the environment itself. Thank you, Pak Rizal. Maybe Pak Prim or Krista will go first. Oh, Pak Prim, okay.
Okay. I think because my English is not sure, I think it's better for me to answer in my bahasa, and moderator will translate in English. Permasalahan pertama berkaitan dengan saksi ahli di persidangan. Saksi ahli di antara pihak penggugat dan tergugat itu terhadap hal yang sama berbeda. Sementara kita ketahui semestinya terhadap hal yang sama itu mestinya pendapat dari ahli mestinya adalah sama juga. Oleh karenanya kita sedang memikirkan apakah memungkinkan kedua ahli itu dihadirkan bersamaan di persidangan. Setelah itu.
Okay, thank you, Justice Prim. Justice Prim said that the challenge that is faced in the court is because the plaintiff and the defendants usually have a different expert, and they are arguing in the court, and judges oftenly cannot understand well of their scientific debate, so their debate, that scientific debate, needs to be translated into legal arguments first. Then then they need capacity to understand the scientific aspects better. And for Krista, maybe you can have a concise answer for a decision as the committee have a time.
Yeah, thank you. You know, my vision of what climate justice looks like in 10 years from a human rights perspective, I think I'll touch on two things. First is around the people who protect the environment, the environmental human rights defenders. I think in 10 years, I would like to see a world where all environmental human rights defenders are able to safely and securely defend the environment, that there is no longer broadly killings, criminalization, harassment, and intimidation of land and environmental defenders. And I think the new provisions under anti-SLAPP are a really positive step forward, and I look forward to seeing those fully implemented. It's a really good step forward. I think the second piece is around the push for transition minerals, where we're seeing around the world we need minerals to really power the energy transition. And so I would like to see this energy push come fully in respect of the rights of frontline communities that are living near mines and processing facilities, including access to basic information about the environment, including air and water quality, a seat at the table, able to participate in consultations, understanding what projects will be before they come, and for Indigenous peoples to fully be able to exercise their rights to self-determination and free, prior, and informed consent.
Thank you, Krista. So, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, as the time is up, we have to close this dialogues, but closing statement for this forum is today's conversation has shown that achieving climate justice requires strong commitments, institutions, firms enforcement, empowered courts, and the protection of human rights, especially the human rights defender. And Indonesia's experience illustrates that environmental enforcement is not only about compliance, it is about safeguarding communities, strengthening resilience, and ensuring fairness in the global fight against the climate change. And we move forward from the COP30, let us deepen collaboration, share knowledge, and uphold the principle of justice in every climate action we pursue. Terima kasih. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your programs at the Indonesian Pavilion. Thank you.
So thank you, Pa, for all the hard work, because climate justice require commitment, courage, and of course the hard work you put in. Thank you very much for all of that. And we do have a special merchandise to be given from our deputy minister to Krista. I almost left you out earlier. I'm so sorry for that. I hope that would make it up for you. Okay, we will have another one, our last session for the day, to be conducted in the next 10 minutes.
de Cabo Verde. Vamos falar quer do projeto de repowering da central solar de Palmarejo, quer do projeto da capacidade fotovoltaica para a mobilização de água. Vamos também falar das prioridades do governo. Sabemos que Cabo Verde é uma ilha, é um país árido do Sahel, que está sujeito à degradação dos ecossistemas, e vamos explorar como a questão da dívida soberana muitas vezes estes países na capacidade de financiamento de projetos que são vitais para a economia. Estamos na COP30, uma COP da implementação, em que se celebram neste momento os 10 anos do
Ya.
Oke,
Nanti
siap.
Robert.
Okay, so this is the last session of the day before we all go and enjoy a day break tomorrow. Okay, so following the submissions of second NDC last month, Indonesia is ready to work to fulfill its commitments across all sectors. So the topic of the discussion today is advancing water, energy, and food security through the second NDC towards NZE 2060. So we have our international partner, international organization, and of course, a few of government enterprises among our speakers today. First and foremost, I would like to kindly invite our keynote speaker. Let's hear some important messages from him. He is the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, who's going to deliver his speech through the pre-recorded video in front of you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Indonesian government, it is a great honor for me to deliver this message at this very important side event. This is not merely a place for discussion, but a moral call for all of us to strengthen our nation's resilience on water, energy, and food security. Climate change is no longer a matter of the future. It is happening now, with significant impact already being felt, and we are witnessing it today. We witness rising sea temperature, more frequent extreme weather events, and coastal degradation. All directly threaten our water, energy, and food security system. As an archipelagic state with more than 70,000 islands and the second longest coastline in the world, the ocean is truly the heart of Indonesia's life. Ocean has important contribution to control our climate, provides water, energy, food, and livelihood for millions of people. But today, the ocean is on the front line of the climate crisis. Half of our mangroves have been degraded, and nearly 40% of our seagrass meadows are under threat. Under the leadership of President Prabowo, guided by our new regulations, including Presidential Regulation Number 110 of 2025 on carbon economic value, we are taking concrete action to integrate marine-based mitigation and adaptation, inclusive of blue carbon management, and to support our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. Between 2026 and 2027, Indonesia will rehabilitate 20,000 hectares of mangrove, planting 60 million trees across 17 coastal sites in Central Java. This project will involve about 6,000 local coastal residents, creating green jobs and strengthening local economies while reducing carbon emissions. We also implementing blue economy policy with 5 pillars. First, expanding marine conservation areas to cover 30% of our water by 2045. Second, implementing quota-based responsible fisheries. Third, promoting sustainable aquaculture. Fourth, strengthening ecosystem surveillance on coastal and small islands. Fifth, engaging fishermen and coastal communities and reducing marine plastic pollution. Innovation is also at the core of our effort by introducing national policy on accelerating food security or self-sufficiency, including blue food. Enhancing blue food security with sustainable innovation and technology. Solar power aquaculture technology to replace fossil fuel-based energy. Integrated multi-tropic aquaculture system combining seaweed, fish, and shellfish to optimize nutrient use and carbon absorption. low carbon fish feed by optimizing local raw material sustainability, circular economic models for aquaculture waste, and last, climate resilient aquaculture cluster that secure blue food production amid environmental change. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we know that no single country can face this challenge alone. Collaboration between government, industries, scientists, and communities is the key. Let us make sure that the ocean is not a victim of climate change, but a powerful part of the solution. With collaboration and a shared commitment, we can build a resilient and sustainable planet for future generations to come. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the statement made by the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and we're privileged to have a second keynote speaker who's going to paint a complete picture from the government perspectives. Allow me to invite her. She's the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Food, Accessibility and Safety, Indonesia, Ibu Nani Hendiarti.
His Excellency Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia, distinguished panelists, moderator, speaker, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. In the world shaped by rapid change, uncertainty, and interconnected crisis, ensuring every person has reliable access to safe and nutritious food is crucial. So however, as also mentioned by the Minister, the challenges we face today are real for also our food security. One of the threats is climate change that impact the stability of our food security and our food productions. We realize agriculture sector is very important for food security, also contributes to green gas emission. Indonesia is aligning its national food policies with our second NDC and also with our long-term goal of achieving net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. The smart agriculture and energy sector are intertwined in supporting our NDC, and including reducing methane impact from the livestock. By 2035, the second NDC projects emission reduction from agriculture is around 5.25%. Our effort in achieving food security is also in line with the National Medium-Term Development Plan about national priority on encouraging national independence through self-sufficiency in food, energy, water, blue economy, and green economy, and also building from the villages. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, so the next part we would like to mention about the nexus of the water, energy, and food is very influential to the food self-sufficiency. The government of Indonesia implements two key strategies program, which are intensification and extensification of our food system. In the intensification, we continue to improve the productivity of our existing agriculture land, which is including first enhancing the distribution system of fertilizer. It means here the subsidized fertilizer needs to be make sure that the farmer can receive timely and efficient manner. The second one is revitalizing irrigation system to ensure stable water supply throughout planting cycle. And the third, strengthening the role of the agriculture extension officer who provide direct guidance to the farmer on the modern and climate resilient farming practices. Our effort were starting to show the positive result. Indonesian agriculture sector recorded the highest growth in the last 15 years. And this remarkable performance contribute to our total rice stock reaching 3.92 million tons, and I think now is almost 4 million tons. And the farmer terms of trade are also increasing 0.47% for this year. So this shows the indication that we are working hard in the food affairs through the coordinating ministry, and also the many regulation that we coordinate to make the coordination, and then also in the implementation cross ministries. So beside that, so as I mentioned, we have also extensification program. We expanding our production capacity. So the government is developing new agriculture zone that are known as a food estate program. This initiative aims to secure long-term national food availability by opening new, sustainable, and well-managed cultivation areas. Some priority areas, among others, as you can see in here in the slide, are in the South Papua, Merauke, and also in Central Kalimantan and South Sumatra, with significant potential for large-scale and sustainable food productions. To ensure coordinated implementation, the government has established a special coordination team according to the Indonesian Presidential Decree number 19 this year, 2025, led by the Coordinating Ministry for Food Affairs and working closely with related ministries and agencies. It's about, I think, about 16 ministries are involving in this national team coordination. So their mandate to safeguard and accelerate extensification effort for the national food, energy, and water in the regions. Additionally, we are also doing the revitalizing the traditional and coastal aquaculture system, as mentioned by the minister, that blue food is also important for Indonesia because we have a big potential, and also we have new priority program started by 6 January this year called the Free Nutrition Meal Program, and we understand the fisheries has higher protein. So we are working on this in the program specifically to have the aquaculture system in the northern coast of Java. And this initiative lead, of course, by the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and leverage the concept of the blue food, which is improving the productivity and sustainability of coastal pond to boost fish and shrimp production as an essential complement to the national food security. And the other thing I would like to also mention that the carbon pricing using the new presidential regulation will also serve as one of the key policy instruments to support the financing need. By putting an economic value on the carbon emission reductions, we can create such kind of the incentive for the industries to transition toward the low carbon technology in agriculture sector. if we see the nexus, yeah, we need strengthening the water, energy, food nexus, and this is not just about increasing the production. So it is also about ensuring water, energy, and food system are developed in harmony, in synergy. So securing resilience for the future generation. So with strong coordination, clear priorities, and data-driven policy making, Indonesia is steadily building a more secure, sustainable, and prosperous food future. And we believe that together with support all the stakeholders, national and also international, we can build and develop our dynamic and competitive economy for food security while simultaneously ensuring the future generation inherit a healthy and balanced environment. So in this session, we hope that we can have a discussion because we have a speaker from different stakeholders related with how to implement the nexus between food, water, and energy. Because as we see that the all three components are all very important, and we believe that we will make together and achieve our target for also self-sufficiency, not only for food, but also for water and energy. So thank you very much, and with a productive and fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibu Nani, for the statement or the speech. Okay, let's quickly, we're going to have a talk about the opportunities actually in the water, in the food, energy sector, as well as we're going to demonstrate how the companies, the corporations balances the mitigation efforts between decarbonization and social equity. And we're going to take this forum as well to serve as a tool to encourage international collaboration, finance mobilization, and to drive innovation to achieve NZE 2060. Okay, I'm going to call upon all the speakers. Joint Head of Voluntary Carbon Markets from the UK Department Energy Security and Net Zero, Shivani Katyal. Emily Kelly, Lead Blue Carbon Action Partnership, Ocean Action Agenda, World Economic Forum. Bapak Bondan Winarno, the Group Head of OHS Management System and Corporate Sustainability, PT Pelindo. Bapak Happy Wardana, SVP HSE and Technology, PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. And joining online, Bapak Dikman Purnama, Head of Unit Climate Solutions and Sustainable Energy, PT Sukovindo. So, okay, to host the session, please welcome Assistant to Indonesian Presidential Special Envoy on International Trade and Multilateral Cooperation, Mas Ardi Wardana. Over to you.
Yes. All right, thank you very much for staying and attending the session. We would like to thank first Ministry of Coordinating Minister of Food Affairs who organized this event, and we would like to thank also stellar panelists that have come here that want to share their view in the advancing food in the sector of food, energy, as well as the water sector in pursuing the net zero in Indonesia. So my name's Ardi Wardana. I'm working for the Special Envoy for International Trade and Multilateral Cooperation. I'll be moderating this session, and hopefully that we can be able to communicate interactively, as well as we can firstly we would like to hear from the panelists here to share their view on the topic. before moving forward, I'd like to let you know that Indonesia just passed the presidential decree number 110 in 2025, just last month. The Minister of Fisheries back then has already mentioned about this purpose, and it includes several things. At least there are 3 things that we try to revise. First, the simplification of mechanism. Second, the decentralization in governance, and third is the high integrity mechanism. So those are the 3 things that the key messages that we want to convey to the world, that our carbon pricing, our carbon market is going to be one of the high integrity markets. So today we would like to talk more into the sectoral carbon market, as well as the sectoral progress in mitigation action in Indonesia. So first thing first, I'd like to invite probably Mr. Happy to talk about his sector, which is in this case fertilizer. You're from the PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur, is one of the largest fertilizer company for a context in Indonesia. And Pak Happy here is to share his view in first, what's the decarbonization pathway, and also what's the role of your sector in the mitigation action in Indonesia. Time is yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. It's a great honor for me to join this event. So today I would like to briefly highlight Pupuk Kaltim commitment to climate action. As global emission rise, industrial sector must accelerate their transition toward low carbon operation. Pupuk Kaltim is aligning its strategy with Indonesia climate ambition by advancing cleaner production, improve energy efficiency, and adopting innovative technologies. These efforts form the foundation of our pathway toward net zero emission by 2050. By balancing industrial growth with environmental stewardship, we strive to ensure that food security, community prosperity, and planetary health can progress together. So this commitment represents not only just a goal, but also a transformation already in motion. Before I explain more detail about our initiative, let me introduce about Pupuk Kaltim. Next, please. Yeah, Pupuk Kaltim was established in 1977 in Bontang, East Kalimantan. Today, we stand as the larger fertilizer producer in Indonesia, playing a crucial role in supporting national food security and ensuring reliable availability of nitrogen-based fertilizer. So we have 5 plants ammonia and also 5 plants urea with capacity total 2.7 million tons per year for ammonia plants and 3.4 million tons per year for urea plant. And we also have 3 NPK plants, or we call it compound fertilizer, with total capacity 300,000 tons per year. In terms of environmental performance, Pupuk Kaltim has been recognized as the first fertilizer company to consistently achieve a gold proper at national level, maintaining the highest environmental compliance and innovation standard for several consecutive years. Next, in conducting its business processes, Pupuk Kaltim is guided by the framework known as the Strategic House. Our purpose is to contributing to national food security while advancing sustainable gas-based downstream industry in Indonesia. Guided by this purpose, our ambition is become a global competitive company in the integrated agro-solution, chemical and petrochemical sectors. This ambition is supported by 3 main strategic pillars. First, we have a global cost leader. Second, fertilizer scale up. And third, value added downstream. All of this pillar is built out on a strong strategic foundation, which are ESG value creation, organization and operating model transformation, digitalization and innovation, and human experience management. Next, to synchronize our purpose in preserving national food security and promoting environmental sustainability, Pupuk Kaltim implements several decarbonization initiatives in 2025, include energy efficiency, solar power system, and electric vehicle. Related to energy efficiency, a significant reduction in gas emission achieved through the replacement of Plan 1 with new technology plan, which is Plan 5, which contribute up to 980,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. If it compares to the target, the reduction is equivalent to 187%. For the next program, solar power system, Pupuk Kaltim reduced the carbon emission through the installation of 3.8 megawatt rooftop solar power system on existing company buildings to generate electricity for operational purposes such as office facilities. The installation of this rooftop solar panel previously produced by the GTG, gas turbine generator of Plant 3. The emission reduction resulting from this initiative, 3,300 tons of CO2 equivalent. Regarding the EV or electric vehicle, Pupuk Kaltim has replaced a number of operational vehicles such as buses, cars, and motorcycles that previously used fossil fuel with electric vehicle, consisting 41 electric motorcycles, 10 electric cars, and 6 electric buses. These electric vehicles are powered by solar energy, making them completely emission-free. From January to October 2025, the contribution of these programs to emission reduction is around 32 tons of CO2 equivalent. Next. Yeah, the graph above illustrates the greenhouse gas emission trend in Pupuk Kaltim from 2010 up to 2050. So the blue line represent the business as usual scenario, with, or we call it the condition without any intervention. The orange line indicate the emission reduction target according to NDC to SNDC commitment, and the gray line shows the actual projection with various energy efficiency effort and technological innovation. Without any action, emissions are projected to reach around 7.45 million tons of CO2 equivalent by 2050. However, with the decarbonization target, emissions are expected to decrease to 1.14 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Based on current projection, emission could reach around 1.35 million tons of CO2, slightly above the target, but already showing a very positive trajectory. Through this decarbonization effort, Pupuk Kaltim has the potential to reduce approximately 6.1 million tons CO2 equivalent compared to business as usual. This demonstrates that Pupuk Kaltim have a strong commitment to supporting Indonesia national target of achieving net zero emission by 2050. Next. This slide is a continuation of the previous decarbonization roadmap. While the earlier part illustrates the overall direction in general, this section focuses on the timeline or implementation phases of Pupuk Kaltim decarbonization program from 2025 to 2050. The timeline highlights concrete initiatives and strategic projects that support carbon emission reduction through energy efficiency improvement, renewable energy utilization, and the development low carbon technology such as blue and green ammonia. As I explained before, in 2025, we already implement a solar power plant, PLTS, and in 2026, our program is revamping of Plant 2. The next phase focus on enhancing energy efficiency at Plant 2 by achieving energy saving 4 MMBTU per ton ammonia. The target emission reduction at this stage is around 106,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. This program is currently in progress and is expected to be completed next month. So in 2026, the revamping of Plant 2 we can get the result from the revamping of Plant 2. In 2028, construction of new soda ash plant will be finished. The project itself already start in third quarter of this year. This plant will produce 300,000 tons each of soda ash and ammonium chloride annually. With the establishment of this plant, up to 30% of national soda ash demand is expected to be met domestically. The plant has the potential to reduce emission by around 224,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. In 2030, a new NPK3 plant will be developed using the latest technology to enhance national food security through increased production capacity of compound fertilizer. Moving to 2032, Pupuk Kaltim will expand its footprint to eastern Indonesia through the development of new plant in West Papua, also with 825,000 metric tons per year capacity, ensuring closer fertilizer supply to farmers in the region. Entering 2035, we will begin operate Blue Ammonia Plant 2, applying CCUS technology to significantly reduce CO2 emission from ammonia production. Next, in 2040, the company will advance the development of Blue Ammonia Plant 3, along with additional blue ammonia facilities, reinforcing our commitment to industrial decarbonization. Finally, by 2050, we aim to establish green ammonia plant, especially for ammonia plant 5, fully powered by renewable energy, and convert the blue ammonia plant in West Papua into green ammonia facility. Through this progressive phase, Pupuk Kaltim is transforming from a conventional fertilizer producer into a global competitive green chemical industry leader, fully aligned with Indonesia National Net Zero Emission 2050 target. I think that's all. Thank you.
Applause for Mr. Happy from PT Kaltim, from PT Pupuk Kaltim. We know that fertilizer is one of the hard to abate industries, right? So, but I think you are doing good in mitigating all the GHG emissions. Let's move forward to the second panelist here. So, since we already listened to the one of the hard to abate industries here from the fertilizer, let's listen to another industry. So I'd like to invite Mr. Bondan Winarno to give his intervention on the maritime sector. So please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity address this esteemed in the forum. Pak Ardi, also special thanks with Indonesian government, especially to Bu Nani Yadianti Deputy Coordinating Minister for Food Accessibility and Safety. Today, I would like to address a critical issue in the maritime sector, the carbonization of Indonesia maritime sector. As the one of the key driver of logistics, Pelindo must play an active role in supporting the government its program to reduce carbon emission. First, I will explain about the Pelindo at a glance. We know on the 1st October 2021, 4 state-owned enterprises in the port services, Pelindo 1, 2, 3, and 4, merged to form PT Pelabuhan Indonesia Persero or Pelindo, establishing it as the sole Indonesia port service industry. Pelindo operators now span the entire country from the eastern to the western regions of Indonesia. The Pelindo's areas of operation now on 32 provinces and also 4 regions and 71 branches. Also, Pelindo have 4 sub-holding, and the first sub-holding for containers, and second sub-holding for non-container, the third for logistic and hinterland development, and the fourth marine equipment and port services. And also we have the non-cluster for non-port related business portfolio. Okay, in our vision to be a world-class integrated leader in the maritime ecosystem, and our mission to realize a national maritime ecosystem network through increased network connectivity and services integration to support Indonesia economic growth. Also, I will explain about since the beginning of 2025, in line with government also for the NDC, Pelindo has been compiling ESG roadmap. This roadmap outlining 35 ESG materials, and we have 59 strategic sub-initiatives related to Pelindo ESG effort. For our vision for ESG roadmap to become a leading integrated and world-class maritime ecosystem leader, and mission to establish a national maritime ecosystem network by enhancing network connectivity and services integration to support Indonesia economic growth. Also, we have 3 pillars for sustainability focus. On the first, for environment, we have 2 main focus. The first, promoting a net zero emission transition for a sustainable future, and the second, preserving natural ecosystem through the active conservation. For social also, we have 4 main focus. Yeah, and the first, empowering human resources for sustainable operation, promoting occupational health and safety for improved productivity, upholding human rights for fair and sustainable operation, building strong community relationship for shared sustainability. And the last, for governance, we have 2 main focus for upholding ethical standard for sustainable integrity, and also achieving excellent through standardization and digitalization. Enablers also Pelindo business transformation, we have 3. The first, transformation of work method and processes, and then for work culture, also in standardization system and work process, and standard and regulatory compliance and innovation collaboration. Okay, the urgency is clear. The maritime industry, we know that account for 2 until 3% of global GHG emission. For Indonesia, a nation that depends heavily on sea transportation, transitioning to low carbon economy is not just an option, but it is a necessity. We have ESG milestone. First, my roadmap, we define until 2029 for the first NDC, because after that, the next year, we will prepare for the second NDC. We have a main focus for environment in the first, implementation of electricity of port equipment, and the utilization of solar power for the port lighting, also onshore power supply or OPS, and ALMA. This is for fishermen wood. Also, average annual reduction from business as usual emissions, and fulfillment of readiness to the proper assignment assessment. And the last, mangrove planting and restoration. Social also, we have main focus for major accident for fatality, also occupational health and safety management system implementation, community satisfaction index, and then social return of investment, percentage of women leader nomination, and employee satisfaction index gap closure, and also employee satisfaction index scale until 5. Last one, number of corruption and bribery cases of conflict of interest case, and number of discrimination cases, and standardization digitization port services. Pelindo milestone for fulfilling ESG rating and investor requirement, and also Pelindo strategic action need technological and operational innovation also for the technology. Okay, for ESG in action in Pelindo, we have digitalization and decarbonization and also electrification. On the first, it's very important digitalization as a key enabler of end-to-end port services integration and efficiency. We have three main. The first, increasing operational efficiency to shorten vessel port stay and lower energy consumption. And second, enhancing ship estimate time arrival or ETA, accuracy and transparency through improved planning, and optimizing truck turnaround time, queue management for slot booking system. Enhanced operational efficiency at Pelindo operated ports has resulted in reduced vessel turnaround time and lower carbon emission with reduction between 30% and 70% observed in port like in the eastern Indonesia like Ambon, Sorong, and Jayapura. For reduction, we have main focus reforestation in the port area. Until now, we have 834.55 hectare of mangrove land, and also area with calculated carbon storage potential. This is totally until 60,000 ton CO2 equivalent. Also, we have environmental program for management. Actually, we have phase reception facility or RF in the 67 branches. And also, for conversion, Pelindo have electrification of equipment. Electrification until 245 port equipment can reduce by 30,000 for 34,397 ton CO2 equivalent a year, divided by 101 key container crane and HMC, also 11 crane gantry lift laving crane, and 11 conveyor, and also 10 jeep crane, also 100 RTG and RMGC, and 12 overhead crane. Also, we have opportunity onshore power supply, because onshore power supply for ship during cargo operation at 55 point in 20 terminals, replacing auxiliary engine. Totally installing onshore power supply has the potential to reduce emission by 1.61 ton CO2 equivalent per call, also per ship dock, and cut the fuel consumption around 30 until 40% based on shipping line company interview. Implementation solar power plant, this is also important for us because 5 solar power plant installation with a total capacity until 763 kilowatt have the potential to reduce up to 190.27 tons of CO2 equivalent emission per year, assuming 70% operational effective. And Pelindo commit to implement ESG, evidenced by the ESG score, which there will be more improvement in the future. From the ESG rating, from Sustainalytics, Pelindo have 13.2 or low risk, and then for Indonesian government or BPKP have 88.43%, and also from SCI for score B, and also Pelindo have award by gold category from NCCR. Okay, now next, yeah, I will explain the progress in implementing the decarbonization program. In 2024, but our milestone for equipment identification, before I explain, 245 equipment, and then 5 brands for solar energy lighting, our power supply 55 point, and also Alma have 5 point, average annual reduction 3%, and also mangrove reforestation until 920 hectare. If you look the graphic, yeah, fuel consumption, this is very important because from 2023 until 2024, we can reduce 25.38%. And total emission, we can reduce until 13.70%, 17%. Next. Yeah, this is the trend of national logistic costs, so decline over the past few years. Three main components that contribute logistic costs. The first, transport and warehouse costs. And the second, inventory costs. And the last, administration costs. We looked at from 2018 until 2022, we can reduce 2.1%. This is by 8.8% transportation costs, also inventory costs 3.2%, and administration costs 2.3%. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the last one. I will show about how Pelindo implementation of green logistic enable to encourage logistic industry competitiveness in the global market. We look ocean freight contribute in 1.47% emission distribution for CO2. If we look logistic, yeah, contribute to 7%. And then for CO2 emission distribution in logistics sector, dominated by transport sector with land commercial vehicle emission contributing 40% and ocean freight contributing 21%. And also on the role of port in actualizing green logistic, Pelindo commit in scope 1 and scope 2 and also scope 3. Scope 3, GHG emission from source not owned or directly controlled by company, but Pelindo still commit because we have also providing onshore power connection. Also, we commit for the green facilitator for onshore power supply and truck booking system, and green actor for the three main of operation standardization and digitalization, equipment electrification, and low energy initiative, and also rooftop solar panel installation. And the last one, green promoter. Also, we Pelindo need to promote, educate, and campaign to raise sustainability awareness. Thank you.
All right, applause for Mr. Bondan Winano. Let's move on to the third panelist that would give us a little bit of view on the opportunities and challenges, I think, right? And also, what can we build? You already heard from the industries, our industries now, from the fertilizer as well as from the Pelindo before. Do you think there are opportunities, challenges, or anything that we can do in order to have an accelerated action plan for mitigation action?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm Shivani Katyal from the Energy Security and Net Zero Department. First, may I say greetings to Your Excellency Ibu Nani and the panelists and the audience. It's a pleasure to be here today. So I am from the Carbon Markets team in the UK Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. And I'd like to spend a little bit of time today just thinking about what we do in the UK and how we're working with our friends and colleagues in Indonesia through the establishment of high integrity carbon markets. So first, just a little on the UK's journey on carbon markets. It's been a long history of lots of different types of market that we've worked with. In 2002, we launched the first voluntary scheme for emissions trading, which has since been institutionalized through our participation first in the EU emissions trading scheme from 2005 to 2020, following which we created our own UK emissions trading scheme in 2021. And since we have been working on tightening our emissions cap, cutting allowances by 30% through 2030, and we are also expanding that scheme to cover maritime and waste sectors. In November 2024, the government on the voluntary market side, because we see very much a role for high integrity voluntary markets alongside corporate decarbonisation, we launched, the government launched 6 principles aimed at improving the integrity of voluntary carbon and nature markets. Earlier in 2025, to work on how we were going to take those principles forward and actually implement them, we launched a consultation on how to take those principles forward in terms of what policy, governance, regulation and guidance that we could do. And I'm very pleased to say that that consultation closed in July, and we received over 200 responses. So you can see that there's a lot of interest in these markets because a lot of people want to see them work in a high integrity and well-functioning way. So by improving standards and accountability, the high integrity carbon and nature market will build trust among investors, businesses and the public, while encouraging responsible investment in nature-based solutions like reforestation, peatland restoration and habitat conservation that deliver both carbon reduction and ecological benefits. COP30 provides, we are all here today, it provides an opportunity for countries to come together and consider the key blockers and enablers to making high integrity carbon markets. Moving on to how we've been working with Indonesia to support the carbon markets activity, there are a number of different themes. So the first is around diplomacy and convening. First, I'm very excited that we had a recent leader level strategic partnership which was announced by our Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, and the Indonesian President, President Prabowo, in London in November 2024. The detail is now being negotiated and will be signed possibly in early 2026, and we're very hopeful and excited for that. Climate and nature are at its heart and fall under Pillar 2, climate, nature and energy, which includes commitments on climate policy and governance, energy, sustainable finance, forests, sustainable commodities, nature, oceans, and infrastructure and transport. Indonesia is at a pivotal moment in its climate journey, aiming to balance emission reductions with economic development and social inclusion across forestry, agriculture, waste, energy, and industry. And I just want to say that the 2 presentations we've had today just show how considered and forward-leaning companies are being in this respect. So thank you for sharing all of those details. The UK is committed to being a strategic partner in this effort, offering technical, financial, and policy support to help Indonesia build a high-integrity carbon market. And I just want to highlight a couple of high-level visits that we had in Indonesia recently. So our Special Envoy for Climate, Rachel Kite, visited in May 2025, and she led a buyers' roundtable in Jakarta, sparking interest in purchasing high-integrity Indonesian carbon credits. Her visit reinforced the UK's support for Indonesia's carbon market development and green growth agenda. That was soon followed by a visit by our other special envoy, but this is the envoy for nature, Ruth Davis, who visited in August 2025, and where she emphasised the UK and Indonesia's shared commitments on protecting ecosystems, promoting climate action, and supporting sustainable development. She also highlighted the potential of carbon and biodiversity credits to attract global investment and deliver co-benefits for people and nature. And finally, just on the kind of diplomacy side, something that I'm working on very closely is the Coalition to Grow Carbon Markets. And we've had some really constructive and excellent conversations with the Indonesian government. We were really pleased that Indonesia participated in the launch of the coalition in London, alongside our co-chairs Kenya and Singapore. And this coalition is really aiming to generate demand for high-quality carbon credits by sending a kind of a coherent and consolidated message from a range of governments to say to businesses that these credits are important and you should invest in them. And we, just in that vein, we launched in Sao Paulo last week a set of shared principles and a plan for action for the next 3 years. So really excited and really looking forward to further engagement with the Indonesian government on this. The second theme for our engagement and support with Indonesia is through regulatory frameworks. So we have the UK Pact programme in Indonesia, which is focused on strengthening carbon pricing frameworks, regulatory readiness and market infrastructure. UK Pact Phase 1 activities have been completed with the development of a roadmap for carbon pricing in the agriculture sector and the methodological framework and readiness assessment to support the transition to low-emission rice varieties. Very important because rice is so important to us all. Phase 2 will build on previous works and will focus on 1, the regulatory and policy framework, and 2, carbon market strategy and infrastructure. As the primary programme of the Blue Planet Fund, the Climate and Ocean Adaptation and Sustainable Transition Programme, which is acronym is COAST, supports both the Indonesia's National Blue Carbon Action Partnership and the COAST facility. And I note that there is one of my fellow panellists, Emily, is going to be speaking about blue carbon more shortly. The COAST programme will support the establishment of implementing regulations on blue carbon by the Marine Affairs and Fisheries Ministry. COAST facility has committed up to £18 million in Indonesia until 2030. And Aim for Forests through FAO is supporting the strengthening of Indonesia's national forest monitoring system, which will underpin Indonesia's monitoring, reporting and verification systems. The third area of cooperation is around high integrity supply, where we are working on jurisdictional RED Plus projects with Indonesia, and we're proud to support several programs in Indonesia with roughly $80 million of support, combining commitments under the Green Climate Fund at the national level, Forest Carbon Partnership Facility in East Kalimantan, Biocarbon Fund in Jambi, and UN RED in Rio. These programs help ensure that Indonesia has high integrity supply of forest carbon credits. This can make it easier to sell to compliance markets as well as to other buyers of high integrity credits such as the LEAF Coalition, which the UK government and several UK companies are a part of. Finally on this, carbon credit rating agencies. For project developers, the UK is also really proud that several of the major carbon credit rating agencies used by Indonesian project developers are based in the UK, and these include companies such as B0 and Silvera. These ratings can help increase buyer confidence in mitigation outcomes. And the British Embassy in Jakarta is happy to continue having conversations with these agencies as is helpful. The next theme is around inclusion and equity, and I want to stress that it's important to consider how carbon markets can mobilise finance towards local communities and indigenous people who are at the forefront of climate and nature action. Both UK-funded Setapak and the Land Facility aim to support communities to establish social forestry permits and hope to enable some communities to establish carbon projects, recognising that the high capital and capability requirements of carbon project development can be prohibitive for small-scale developers. And I just want to emphasise that working with these communities is so important because they're the ones that are at the forefront and really can make the difference. So moving forward, as Indonesia increases its carbon trading volumes, we imagine that it will be better able to make decisions based on pricing signals. We hope that price premiums for high integrity credits will mobilise finance towards the projects that are best able to support mitigation outcomes alongside social equity and biodiversity where relevant. Ultimately, broad-based multi-sectoral mitigation outcomes are best promoted through a mix of international carbon trading and domestic carbon pricing. So it's great that Indonesia is continuing to strengthen its domestic carbon tax. And we very much look forward to continuing to support Indonesia's high integrity carbon market development through both our convening power as well as our development cooperation. Thank you very much.
Right, applause for Ms. Shivani Katyal. Thank you very much. As we've discussed about the carbon market as the opportunity for Indonesia's industry, I'd like to invite Ms. Emily Kelly to dig deeper into the carbon have opportunity, especially for the blue carbon, right? So I hope you can share your view on that and what's the opportunity and the challenges that we have in Indonesia in blue carbon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation from Kemenko Pangan and Ibu Nani. Thank you. I wish that everyone could stand in this space because there's really great airflow on this stage. So it's a special pleasure to be here with great circulation as well. Thank you to the coordinating ministry. So pleased to see you all here in Belém and to share a little bit more about how we have been working with the government of Indonesia over the last several years in partnership in support of the blue carbon ambitions of Indonesia. We have been partnering with Kemenko Pangan as the lead ministry and very pleased also to be engaging with KKP, Bappenas, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forestry and others, as well as key stakeholders across NGOs, expert groups, community organizations, etc., and companies and financial institutions. So it's been quite a fascinating process and happy to share a little bit more with you. Next slide, please. So this is the goal of the Blue Carbon Action Partnership. This is funded under the UK's COAST program, as we've just learned a little bit more about. And the goal of this is to unlock investment, support national ambitions, and empower local communities to accelerate blue carbon action. Next slide, please. I think that this slide is not essential for this audience because we are here together in COP, but I just wanted to emphasize that, of course, these ecosystems have very strong monetary value, and that's a key component for the discussion as we talk about carbon markets, as we listen more to the discussions happening with Article 6 right now. And they, of course, are also rich ecosystems for supporting local livelihoods, for reducing the impact of cyclones, and for supporting biodiversity. Next slide, please. So as we think about how we can increase investment into these ecosystems, we can think about all the different types of value that we place on them and how we can combine them to be supportive of the ecosystems and the communities that live within them. So again, the Blue Carbon Action Partnership is working with the government in Indonesia in two ways. The first is at a national level to achieve blue carbon ambitions, and I'll talk a little bit about what that relatively vague statement means. And then also at a global level to work with partners, particularly in unlocking the finance side. Next slide, please. I just wanted to bring this key piece to the front because, of course, Indonesia is a leader in blue carbon, home to 1/5 of all blue carbon ecosystems globally, and has very strong ambitions for where blue carbon ecosystem conservation and restoration should go. There are, again, a number of different targets that govern the actions nationally across ministries and agencies and NGOs, different private sector. There are also commitments made at an international level and then also targets at national, regional, and local levels. And so many different pieces all within the broader ecosystem that blue carbon ecosystems sit. Next slide, please. I'm sharing this piece, which is actually slightly out of date with some of the recent announcements from this month, not to dwell on the complexity of all the different moving pieces within blue carbon ecosystems, but to stress that they are, of course, often cross-jurisdictional. There are many different strategies that need to align to ensure mobilization of action, and that there is a long time horizon ahead in thinking about not just short-term benefits, but very long-term conservation restoration benefits for communities and for these ecosystems. And so the work of the National Blue Carbon Action Partnership, established in 2023, sits at the bottom left in the gray box there, and I'll talk about that action plan upcoming. So next slide, please. The Indonesia NBCAP was established in 2023, and with the goal of being a collaborative platform to support the implementation of national targets and collective commitments related to blue carbon. It is run by a secretariat in country that is hosted by Conservasi Indonesia and is in collaboration with ministries, with NGOs, experts, community groups, private sector, etc., to carry out some core roles, particularly across aligning and connecting and ensuring the prioritization of key goals in country. There are three major deliverables that come from this. One is a governance structure that is established. The second is the national action plan that will serve as a guide for implementation over the next 5 years and link with other plans happening within country. And the third piece is acceleration of strategic finance for blue carbon programs. And I'm very happy to say that it's wonderful to be standing with you. I feel sheepish about being the person speaking because the hard work has been done in country, and I am simply the messenger today to say that very soon the national plan will be announced, formally launched, and it will be a really exciting moment to have that codified for the next 5 years. In tandem with that, we're working on this strategic financing piece, and this, I'll ask for the next slide, please. This is the next, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thanks so much. And this is where we get to think about the key strategies within the action plan, which have been identified to cost $460 million over the next 5 years to support. So how do we think about spatial and area planning, increasing carbon stocks, integrating the blue carbon into NDCs, inclusiveness of seagrass ecosystems, and the blue economy targets, and how can we support those over the next 5 years such that we see change on the ground in coasts? And this is really the goal of connecting the very hard work that's been happening in country with what financiers may be looking at for investment. Next slide, please. So now we're at this exciting time where we're transitioning from identifying priorities and thinking about through that process and the development of additional policies, how that de-risks the potential investment for financiers. And Ibu Nani kindly joined us in a session in June at the UN Ocean Conference. We had a financier reacting to her presentation of the action plan saying, this is the hard work that's been done by the government of Indonesia and the other stakeholders, and this de-risks the potential for us to come in. So a really exciting and pivotal time. Next slide, please. So how do we get to those pieces? I want to share just a little bit more about what's happening at the global level for the Blue Carbon Action Partnership and how we link that within country. Next, please. First is we have the Global Mangroves Working Group that sits within the World Economic Forum. This is 30+ global companies, NGOs, and experts that are looking to raise the ambition of delivering action by corporates in conservation and restoration of mangroves. It's a peer-to-peer learning group, and so just as we've heard from our wonderful colleagues on the panel about the different strategies that they've been taking and thinking about decarbonization, this group serves to support companies that have not created a roadmap perhaps, or are thinking about this, are a little bit curious and want to hear from their peers. That's the goal here. And they've really been working to advance high quality momentum. Next slide, please. One company that is a member of the Mangrove Working Group is GoTo Gojek. And they have been working, as many of you all may be familiar, as a ride-hailing and e-commerce company. And they have an opportunity on the platform to implement restoration projects. So at the end of your ride, you can say that you'd like to give a little bit to reforestation. I'm curious if anyone has seen this on their app. Last time I was in Jakarta, I activated it on mine. It's a tiny little addition, but that adds up when you have a lot of rides across many people. And this directly feeds into the carbon accounting that's reported into the state registry system and contributes to Indonesia's NDC. So it's an exciting space for a company that's been thinking about how to support. It's not doing direct planting itself, but it's generating small contributions across millions of people. A really exciting, innovative approach. Next slide, please. The Mangroves Working Group has also been the corporate ear for, as we've been advancing a number of different products that are focused on high quality investment. So in Sharm el Sheikh at COP27, we launched the High Quality Blue Carbon Principles and Guidance. The Mangrove Breakthrough Financial Roadmap was launched a year later for how to think much more about getting private investment into these ecosystems, and of course, looking to achieve the global goal of 14 million hectares restored and $4 billion mobilized by 2030 for mangroves. And then the final piece launched last COP was a practitioner's guide for high quality blue carbon principles and guidance. So these are some of the key reports that we've used to try to increase the guidance that can go to those corporations that are looking for more information about how to act in a high quality way. Next slide, please. And that also led us to say, how could we create something that is a playbook for our corporates that are thinking about this and not quite sure what that first step may be, taking it from a principle level and bringing it down to what an individual corporation's particular superpower may be and how they could take that into supporting mangrove seagrasses and salt marshes. So from that, we created the Investing in Mangroves corporate playbook. I wanted to highlight a few key pieces. One of them is that we really highlighted the essential element of people, nature, and climate together. And I think this has been highlighted in all presentations that there is a true nexus across all of these goals from biodiversity, climate, and sustainable development. The next, oh, I'm sorry, can we go back one more? I'll take that as a sign to wrap as well. I'm close to done, which is to say that there's a really great opportunity to think about this as a systems approach also. So within this, we've mapped the engagement points for corporations and then the key partners that they may need to take steps forward. And that there are several different avenues for action. Some of these could be focusing credit buying, and I think we've heard some really interesting points about how that can advance right now in country. Some could be focused on supply chain buying, project development, and other types of engagement. So if you're curious about a little bit more of what the global conversation has been, there are case studies focused in Indonesia, of course, because Indonesia is the leader in this space. And welcome in engaging with you on that further. Okay, next slide, which is the QR code, but it'll come back. I just wanted to focus on one last piece, taking off my Blue Carbon Action Partnership hat and leaving my World Economic Forum hat on, that we've also been so pleased, next slide please, to, oh, I'm sorry, nope, I have one more thing to say. We did also have a wonderful workshop in August that was focused particularly on financiers and investment pathways. And it was a real joy to have so many different stakeholders in the room. It was a very interactive workshop and thinking more about how to get investment through credit markets, supply chains, SMEs, infrastructure, and insurance. And this is, the goal of this is really to get to the total value that is the 460 million that's been identified in the roadmap and how we can be financing that. So there'll be an upcoming guide, particularly for financial institutions, coming in the next couple of months, shortly after the action plan is launched, and look forward to sharing that with you all. So the next piece of this that I wanted to note briefly is that as Ibu Nani started, we are at the nexus of food, water, and energy, and there are so many components to that. And one of those, in thinking about healthy people and healthy ecosystems, is our global fight against plastic. We've been really pleased to be partnered with Indonesia, with Ibu Nani as the champion since 2020, and there have been so many achievements within that. Next slide, please. Just to note that there are thousands of stakeholders currently engaged in Indonesia on this topic. There's been a funding pledge of 21 trillion from members and partners during the road to G20, and there have been large efforts in mobilizing funding for solutions, among many other achievements of the NPAP, the National Plastic Action Partnership. It's been a real pleasure of the World Economic Forum to be working on this with the government of Indonesia. And my last slide, please, which is just a note to say that as we think about the water and food opportunities, the Forum looks forward to continuing to engaging with Indonesia in strong partnership, including the last 10 years of the Grow Asia platform, the potential for work within the First Movers Coalition, and thinking about what public-private partnerships can do for water action as we look ahead to 2026. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Applause. As I mentioned in the very beginning, that we passed a new regulation on the Presidential Decree number 110/2025. the president endorses the blue carbon very much in the new regulation. So hopefully there will more projects in the blue carbon and more methodologies happen in the sector, and hopefully we can get more investment and projects alive in the sector, right? So yeah. For the last pieces that we wanted to have here from Mr. Dikman Purnama. So he's the head of Unit Climate Solutions and Sustainable Energy of PT Sukavindo. Are you with us, Mr. Dikman Purnama?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
All right, stage yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Her Excellency Ibu Nani Hendiarti, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Food Accessibility and Safety. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me firstly introduce myself. My name is Dikman Purnama, acting as Head of Unit Climate Solution and Sustainable Energy from PT Sukovindo. It is a great honor to be a panelist at the COP30, representing Sukovindo, an esteemed member of Indonesia's state-owned enterprise of ID Survey, a survey holding company. Our theme today is Net Zero Start with Trust. In the complex landscape of climate action, trust is the most valuable currency. While in the carbon market, that trust is built on one foundation: high integrity and standardized carbon credit. I will share how Sukovindo play a critical role in underwriting that high integrity for Indonesia rapidly evolving carbon market. Next slide, please. Sukovindo, or stands for Superintending Company Indonesia, is a national leader in testing, inspection, and certification. Our core business spans the entire industrial sector value chains. However, most relevant to our discussion today is our dedicated services in greenhouse gas validation and verification. As validation and verification body, Sukovindo provides the independent assurance required for claims related to greenhouse gas emission, environmental labeling, carbon footprint products, and sustainability reporting. In a sense, acting the arbiters of data, ensuring that claims are accurate, credible, and verifiable. Next. Indonesia commitment to net zero is anchored in Indonesia Firm National Commitment. Indonesia has pledged to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, as outlined in our long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience. It takes so much effort in achieving net zero target. Now, to drive this transition, Indonesia has launched key market mechanisms, including an emission trading system for power generation subsector, and soon there will be cap and trade in industry sector with 9 subsector priority, including cement, ammonia, and metal industry. And next market mechanism, of course, our national carbon exchange, IDX Carbon. And the success of this instrument is entirely dependent on the integrity of the credits being traded. Next. Then the central question is how we deliver high integrity carbon credits. In the Indonesian context, high integrity means adherence to core carbon principles. The methodologies are governed by the Minister of Environment and registered in National Registry System, the SRNPPI, emphasizing in additionality, permanence, and quantification consistent with the NDC goals. Now, why does this standardization matter? Because it ensures environmental credibility, builds market trust, enables comparability across projects, and ultimately facilitate the scaling of the carbon market. The second is centralized registry system. We have the SRNPPA that tracks all credits, preventing double counting, ensuring national alignment. And the third one is mandatory third-party verification. This is where we, Sukovindo, comes in as independent verification by accredited auditors is essential for the credibility. And the last is the robust safeguard. This one is making sure that all projects must meet strict social and environmental safeguard, protecting communities and biodiversities. Next. So where does Sukovindo as PVB fit into the system? This diagram shows the flow of Indonesia carbon market. from the technical ministry setting the caps to the Financial Service Authority, OJK, providing supervision, the SRNPPI as the registry, and the IDX Carbon as the exchange. The validation and verification body acts as the independent trust broker in the system. Further, the strategic role of the VVB is fivefold. We safeguard the integrity of the emission data. We uphold the transparency and accountability, and we enable access to sustainable finance by validating green initiatives. We support policy planning by providing reliable, verified data. And critically, we build international confidence in Indonesia climate claims and its alignment with the Paris Agreement. We understand that the transparency is essential, especially for the environmental and climate-related metrics. Our capability and adaptability in responding to climate solutions are equally important. In this context, our role is to ensure the credibility of climate performance across organizations from various sectors. This organization may include project lenders, proponents, donors, NGOs, and regulatory stakeholders, each of whom contributes to strengthening a robust MRV system. Over the past 3 years, we have taken significant steps to learn and advance our practices. This COP provides yet another opportunity for us to continue learning and to benchmark how the TIC industry and its assurance services are adapting to the global climate challenges. Next. This trust is not just claimed, it's earned. Our accreditation journey demonstrates our commitment to the highest global standard. In 2021, we secure our foundational accreditation from CAN, the National Accreditation Committee, then registering in the Ministry of Environment for carbon pricing, and the Ministry of Energy for the emission trading scheme. But carbon markets are global. That is why we are expanding internationally. We are already registered with Japan, Joint Crediting Mechanism, GCM, the Plastic Credit Exchange, the PCX, and the Climate Bond Initiative. We are currently under evaluating by Verra and Gold Standard with planned registration for the GCC, Global Carbon Council, and the UNFCCC. This dual accreditation ensures our verification is recognized both at home and abroad. Next. Our work is not theoretical, it has tangible impact. Sukovindo has verified millions of tons CO2 equivalent from major projects across Indonesia, as such large-scale geothermal projects, high-efficiency gas-fired power plants, and innovative waste-to-energy projects, such as biogas co-firing from palm oil effluent. Furthermore, we are a primary for emission trading system. As you can see, the ETS system has grown from 99 units in 2024 to 146 units in 2025 in a year of verification, covering over 38,000 megawatts of power capacity. This photo shows our teams on the ground conducting the meticulous on-site verification that underpins the entire system. Now, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I began in person by stating that net zero starts with trust. Indonesia is building a robust carbon market designed to make a real contribution to the national and global climate goals. This market, that market can only succeed if it is built on foundation of integrity. The integrity is guaranteed by a robust standardization and competence, independent validation and verification. So, acting as nationally, internationally accredited VVB, Sukovindo is to be the guarantor of trust. We ensure that every carbon credit verified represents a real, measurable, and permanent emission reduction. So we invite you to collaborate, invest, and place your trust in Indonesia high integrity carbon market. Next slide is the thank you slide. I think that's all. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
All right, applause for Mr. Dikman Purnama. Thank you very much for the closing statement as well. Since we don't really have a time for a Q&A, I would like to just sums up all the things that we have heard here. Probably it's too much for me to sum it up, but the whole is like we got a couple of information here from the panelists that Indonesia is moving forward to its net zero target, even for the hard to abate industry, and we move forward with our carbon market regulation, as well as we increase the integrity by having a robust standard in our VBBs. Those ecosystems will be able to make Indonesia as a powerhouse in carbon market, as well as a powerhouse in mitigation action. So Indonesia would be able to achieve their NDC's target in the future without jeopardizing its economic growth. So I think those are from me, and also I thank all the panelists here who have shared their views, comments, and also thoughts in Indonesia's carbon market and mitigation action. And hopefully in the future we can be able to meet again in another sessions. And yeah, don't forget to keep your mitigation action in anywhere you do, in everywhere you do, or in any place that you stay. So that's from me. Thank you very much from the whole organizers, and again, thank you.
Thank you, Mas Ardi. And yeah, that's what he said. Don't forget and don't stop. Continue doing what you're doing, because we're going to ask the progress again next year when we see you. Okay, we thank you to all speakers, especially Pa Dikman. Thank you very much for staying up awake at this hour. I couldn't believe it. If I see it's around 3 o'clock between midnight and morning. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Okay, please rise. We're going to have a group picture together, but we do value your contribution. On behalf of the Ministry of Food Affairs, Ibu Deputy Nani would like to hand over a special merchandise as a note of thanks to all the speakers. So we've concluded the first week of the program in this pavilion. Let's re-energize, rejuvenate ourselves ahead of the second part of COP. We'll see you again next week. Enjoy your weekend, and you all have a good day. Thank you.